Let's go with Chef Owo. Hey there, bud. You ever heard of hamburgers? They say they're eating in a mysterious land, and that they have a taste never experienced before. As a chef, I have to try one at least once. So yeah, I want to visit this mysterious land, but I'm a bit scared too. Be a pal and take me there, eh? Awards request. I want to eat the hamburgers from Petulia. 10,000 gold. Start the video. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know, not a bad imprint, honestly. What are you doing? Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack. Is that what you wanted? Nobody clipped this. Nobody clipped this. We got him. They call me Sharpshooter Kodak. We got him. Wait. I got him. Got them all. I'm waiting for like Mewtwo to show up. You know? When you're right, you're right. Do I get to eat the sandwich? No way that was a real animation. I refuse to believe that was an actual animation. Give it a go, and if we fail, I will do, I'll go find Rain Dance. That's the deal I made. Well, that's convenient, ain't it? I know I got interrupted by a Cyclozar, but I found Rain Dance.
University, country. She just said let me see. Yes, about 3 days ago. What are you photographing? Photographing. Photographying. Photography. Photographing. My brain just like shorted out there for a second. I don't know what just happened. This is really like.
this a robbery? I have $3. Here. Come here, Ketchup. No. Ketchup had friends. Ketchup had friends. I'm proud of you, Kung Fu. That's what I'm talking about. Put an end to the Ketchup menace. I don't know. I feel like Sylvia on the field, honestly. I never saw that. You saw that. Accident.
If you get into a bigger pool,
I'm gonna take this bear. If you have a train moving 50 miles southeast at 3 miles an hour, and another train moving northwest at 17,000 miles an hour, and you have a hostage situation with 2 teddy bears, hunt. Some of these clips are just so ungodly old. Like, this clip is at least 2.5 years old, which is crazy.
that was incredible.
Like, where did the time go, truly? Well, where has it gone? We are almost exactly a month out, actually.
That's supposed to work.
So hey, if anyone wants to help me,
Them deal with that.
you ate it. Oh, okay.
Honestly.
Walking out with a suspiciously clock-shaped belly. Leaf ate all of the time. Interesting. Hey, so as I was saying, we're shockingly somehow. This is gonna be crazy to hear. So bear with me for a moment. We are 1 month and 4 days. Yes. 1 month and 4 days from my 3-year streaming anniversary. 3? That's too many. I've been here too long. I'm an old man. So we gotta figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do. We've done a lot of I'm trying to think, like in previous celebrations we've done like sleep walks, we've done like community stuff, we've done, you know, segmented, etc. So we're gonna have to figure out what we're going to do for this round, because it's a big one. 3 years is a long time. I cannot believe it has been that long. And it's weird because it especially, at least for me, I guess, doesn't feel like it because this year's been so up and down with streams. I had to take 3 different like 6-week plus breaks this year, which was insane, as well as just missing a lot of other time. Like, I think I am down like a third of the streams when I checked my numbers last. I think I'm down like a third of the like number of streams that I had done the last couple of years. So like, that's crazy. I also had a schedule change in there. Used to start much later. I'm starting late tonight. Oops, my bad. But we used to start a lot later. Now we start a lot earlier. Etc. 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 Just all different stuff. So if anybody has ideas, suggestions for things for us to do for 3 years, let me know or drop them in the Discord. I think there's a suggestion thing. Twilight Princess. If you can help me get in contact with my uncle from Nintendo to dust off my Wii U here. How dusty is this thing, do you think? It's fairly dusty. Look at that bitch. That bitch is pretty dusty. What is the first game I played on stream? The first thing that I ever did on stream was Pokemon Sword and Shield. I did my first ever Nuzlocke of Pokemon Sword and Shield. I think I did 4 episodes of that and then did VGC. Sword and Shield VGC. Those was my first streams. So, but also, hi everybody. I haven't even gotten to say hello. Cat Congratulations on first. Bree, how are you doing? Fluffy Towels, GH Coffee, Leaf, and anybody else who's out there hanging out, lurking about. Hope you are all doing great. Tonight we're playing Persona. Last time we didn't make a lot of time progress. I think we went from like the 6th to the 12th. But we did complete an entire block of Tartarus, so we got that going for us at least. I also went ahead and did a little bit of grinding between streams, since we were already in Tartarus and I could just stay in there. My ass took full advantage of that, and I have fused up some heat personas. I'm very excited about that. For Uncle Jim Tendo. Oh, thank you. For
Uncle Jim Tendo needs and etc.
That was quiet. Oh, I'll figure it out later. I need to boost those individually. I will do later. As I've said, there's a lot of things that I need to fix on stream, that being one of them. My OBS has been broken for a little while now. Once we finish Persona 3 Reload, that is the plan. For anyone who hasn't heard me say this before, I'll be taking probably like a week off from streaming once we finish this game to kind of, you know, get some work done on a lot of the stuff that I want to get done, both for like streaming stuff, getting my stream setup back to good, getting channel point redemptions, getting everything kind of, you know, fixed up, as well as getting stuff set up for off Twitch content, because it's been too long. It's been way too long. I want to get back to doing VODs on the VOD channel, because it's been a year plus at this point. It's been more than a year since the last time I uploaded a VOD on the VOD channel, which is not ideal, especially for some of the games that I really like, you know, want to preserve VODs for, and you know, want to keep some of that content. It's nice to have that, as well as TikTok, because I posted one TikTok this year, I believe, and it was Zelda. It was right before Tears of the Kingdom came out, so I want to do more with that. Last year, yeah, I mean, in the last year, within the last year, I posted one TikTok, is what I meant. Because yeah, it was May of last year. It was right before
gotta blow this man up, something like that. I don't need a lot of, like, you know, big growth incentives. That's not really, you know, a priority of mine. But I do enjoy making the content, and I want to get back to doing it, literally and figuratively. Please, that's the one way I will accept blowing up, if I hit it huge and then literally explode. That's the one for me. That's what I'm hoping for. Get me to 1 million followers and then literally send a bomb to my front door. Please and thank you. Yeah, that's just strain of consciousness stuff. You know how it is. I don't know. We will see when we get there. I've got to plan stuff. I've got to, you know, get it all put together and ready and whatnot. But we will have that soon. Anything else? I don't think there's anything else like special coming up to plan for. Just kind of streams as normal for the next couple weeks. I don't know. So, with all that in mind, let's see if this will, there it goes. A little bit of, Persona to be played tonight. Actually, plug my controller in, so we're gonna do that while the intro plays, cause yippee! You get to watch the intro. It's been like 2 streams since we've watched the intro, because both of the last couple of streams I've already been in-game booted up by the time that I start stream. So now we've got an amount to pitch up on, you know, legally mandated. Part of the Atlas streaming guidelines is that you have to watch the intro. I don't make the rules, you know? All my besties, look at them all. My good buddy Junpei, love that guy. The P4 Golden opening, that harmonica hits you like a fucking truck every time you open the game. It's so funny. I love it. That fucking harmonica at the start of the P4G intro is my favorite fucking part. Look at me and all my friends. I have so many friends. Like, double digit. It's crazy. Alright, so, when last we left off, we had, Chidori kidnapped Junpei, but Junpei still loves her anyways, because, you know, that's real. And now Chidori's in the hospital, and she is mentally unwell, as they say, and she'll only speak to Junpei. That's the only person she'll ever talk to. And that's about it. Also, I have created an arsenal so to speak, of personas for which we can absolutely shred. I have a strike persona with very good passives. I have Nebrios, who is dark and also has Spirit Drain, which is really nice for long Tartarus adventures. I have Anat, who is kind of just here, honestly. Anat, I kind of just saved for the sake of, hey, yeah, I need something to fuse with later. But Cosmic Flare is really strong. Maraconda, like, you know, some decent skills. I have Estart, who has a really funny ability to click one-shot kill, which has a high chance of critical, with also an increased critical rate and also doubling the chance of crit, which pretty much makes one-shot kill a guaranteed crit. So that's fun. I have Izanagi with a bunch of slash skills. We have Jatayu with wind, also has Heat Riser, which is really nice. I have Titania, who has ice skills, also has wind skills, but not as useful anymore. I have Dionysus with electric skills. We have Throne with light. Heavy light boost, also has debilitate, which is nice. Suzaku with fire skills and also a couple of heals. Dekarabia, who's also just here for fusion's sake. He's a funny guy, you know. And then Magatsu Izanagi, who's also just a funny guy because he clicks the Magatsu Mandala button and has a good time. Yeah, we have a fun little group of very wildly overpowered personas who's gonna help us
Oh, hello.
absolutely shred through the rest of this game. Presumably. Oh, Eros?
Hi. It's been a while.
Hey. How's it going, buddy?
3 seasons have passed since we met.
Ain't that crazy?
Time goes by so quickly. And in that time, many things change.
Uh-huh.
But at the same time, some things in this world will always remain the same. Don't you agree?
I do agree. That's true.
I see. If that's what you say, then it must be true.
Yeah, you know, everything that I say is correct.
Talking with you has stirred up certain memories. Like that tower, for one.
Oh, what do you know about the
It's been on
tower?
my mind a lot lately. I wonder, will our relationship stay the same, or will it evolve?
Probably both.
No matter what the future holds, you and I will always be friends.
I don't think I have a choice in the matter. You show up in my bedroom in the middle of the night regularly. Like, you know, I think I don't get much of a say.
That much is certain.
Currently have 15 confidant dialogue options tabs open. Honestly, slacking. Not enough. Yippee, rank 6.
I'll see you again. But until then, good night.
You know what's crazy about this this file that I'm playing right now? I know I'm just very suboptimal on a lot of my my social links, which is leaving me not going to finish a lot of them. Got a text message. Yukari, you have the day off. I was thinking of going somewhere. Do you want to join me? Just let me know. It's Sunday. Unfortunately, Yukari, I do not have the day off. I have a place I need to go. But I am in September, which is wild. That's very late. And I do not yet have a completed social link. I have, you know, 7, 7, 4, 6, 6, 6, 5, 8, 6, 5, 5, 4. I have a bunch of, like, you know, close. But I do not have any completed social links right now, which is very funny to me.
It's amazing
Hello everyone, welcome to the Home Shopping Show, Tanaka's Amazing Commodities. I'm your host Tanaka with a live presentation of my amazing commodities. We'll show you great products at unbeatable prices, so don't touch that dial because you won't want to miss these.
I'm going to do it.
Today we're introducing the Foolproof Disaster Prevention Set. In this unpredictable world where anything can happen at any time, prepare for the worst with these items.
Good.
First up, we have the Emergency Vest. With this, you'll never have to worry about a thing. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll throw in this First Aid Kit Medium, too. Guess how many? 5. All this for just 24,800. Yeah, oh, that's expensive. Okay. But yeah, that's probably worth it.
Thanks, kid.
Thanks, kid. Thanks, man. Next time, we'll be introducing a colorful and exciting toy set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're all sold out. Sorry, folks.
Bye-bye.
See you next Sunday. Same time, same channel. Cool. Okay, we have places to be. We have to go see Akinari. For a moment, I feel forgiven. While this happiness lasts, that bench springs to mind. If you were next to me, there'd be nothing more I could ask for. So true. If you're free, come by the back alley again. Shinji, why do you gotta text me today? Shinji, oh. I have to go with him. I have to go with him. Have you ever thought about what you're living for? To a certain extent. Never took you for the philosophical type. Murmur always seems to be having fun, doesn't he? He gets so excited over a meal or a walk. Wish my life was that simple. Relatable, honestly. Can you feel it too? When you go near Junpei, it's like... How do I put it? It's like he's radiating happiness, maybe? Did something happen to him? I'm glad Junpei-kun is back to normal. But do you think his relationship with Chidori-san will work out? He's a member of Strega, and they're our enemies. They'll be okay.
Why, certainly.
I really hope so.
Oh, right.
Tell me, what do you personally think of Shinji? I know he can come across as... but he's not a bad guy. Yeah, he can be a nag, but still. Well, feel free to put him to work on the team.
By the way,
Koromaru-san says that he got a very tasty meal from Aragaki-san. He was very excited and mentioned that he'd won over his stomach. What could have happened to him? I am concerned. Hey, bud. Koromaru seems to be in a good mood. I hope you're getting along with Aragaki. He's a little rough around the edges, but deep down he's a really nice guy. Just give him a chance. Okay, I have to go to Port Island. As much as I want to go see Akinari on this fine Sunday, I don't want to skip out on Shinji.
Hey.
Let's go out if you've got the time.
Yeah.
I see. Come with me then.
2 specials. 2 specials coming right up.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong? Not hungry?
No. Also, how is volume, by the way? So on my end, it looks like it might be a little low. But I could also just be insane. Why'd you bring me here?
Because I said I'd treat you. I can't go back on my word. It's bad for my conscience.
Makes sense to me.
I'm just keeping the promises I
Fine.
made.
Okay, cool.
That's all.
Here you go. 2 specials.
Point is, you don't go back on your word. Especially when it comes to something you promised.
Let's eat.
Right. Don't want the noodles to get soggy. I was thinking earlier. You really don't take any shit. Even from your elders.
Yeah.
I respect straightforwardness. Less trouble that way.
I got you, bud.
Let's finish up and get the hell out of here.
Oh.
Welcome
you.
back. Were you together? Wait, Aragaki. Have you considered returning to school at all? It's been some time since second semester started. Regarding your attendance, it'd be best if you went back as soon as possible.
Having second thoughts?
I got the paperwork, but I don't remember saying anything about turning it in.
You know, valid. Honestly, you didn't.
What's the point anyhow? I got no business there.
Then why did you come back here? I apologize. It isn't my place to ask that. Everything is my fault. I shouldn't have gotten you or Akihiko involved.
Cut that out. I'm the one who chose to join you back then. However things turned out after that has nothing to do with you. I didn't know what I was capable of. That's all there is to it.
Then why are you so determined not to return to school?
The mom and dad are fighting again. Help! Help!
You'll be throwing your future away if you don't go back.
This is the worst thing to say to somebody who's angry, so we're gonna go with,
Right. I apologize. I was out of line. I don't plan on forcing you into anything, like I did in the past. What's important is it's your own decision, Aragaki.
Looks like you have changed. Just a little bit.
just a little bit.
You always used to avoid relying on people. Not so much of a lone wolf anymore, huh?
The only choice we have is to keep moving forward. That goes for myself, Akihiko, and you. So please, Aragaki, just give it another chance.
What are you guys up to?
Oh. Akihiko.
Looks like a pretty serious discussion.
How's
Let me
it going?
guess. This president is lecturing the delinquent on the importance of his education.
Oh. Akihiko. Akihiko, buddy. Treading on dangerous territory here.
Well, I'll be damned. For a protein-fueled, muscle-bound moron, you're pretty smart.
This is how you know they're good friends. Cause deep down they fucking hate each other. That's a real friendship right there. When you can roast the fuck out of each other, that's a real friendship.
What was that?
CMS President, this delinquent's gonna go to his room and think about his bad choices.
Wait, we're not finished yet. Akihiko, why are you like this?
Huh?
It's okay, he's autistic. He doesn't know.
What just happened?
Literally, he doesn't know. Muscle-bound moron. Bad timing.
Well, that's not my fault.
You know, fair enough.
It's nothing new. I'll just apologize later.
I think her charm has improved. Okay, well, that doesn't help me very much, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
Oh, what?
Hey, Ken. We can make food with Ken. Fuku's on the second floor. Hi, Shinji.
Let me think.
Just one thing. Whether or not I fit in your battle plan is up to you. You can remove me from the party whenever you think that's for the better. Don't worry about my feelings. Will do, bud. We can read with Mitsuru.
I think...
I'm really happy Aragaki-senpai joined us. He's really made things easier on us. But we shouldn't let him do all the hard work either, or else we won't go stronger. Wow, you're actually for real. Of course she is. What's so shocking about that? You should learn from her example.
Excuse me.
With Aragaki-san as our ally, we are a much more formidable force. This is the ideal time for us to ascend Tartarus. Seriously, I'd love to keep our momentum going and charge through it.
Hey.
So glad that Aragaki-senpai decided to return to the team. I mean, he's strong in battle, but also just knowing he's on our side kind of puts me at ease. Yeah, I agree. He looks kind of scary, but in reality, he's such a strong and kind senpai.
Hey.
With Aragaki-san around, the atmosphere is so much more serious.
Yes.
With Junpei-san around, the atmosphere is so much more childish. Ouch, that hurts, Ai-chan. I don't even got a comeback for that. I already have Mitsuru's first Theurgy thing, right? Yeah, ailment burst. Okay, let's go with Ken. I studied up a little on coffee beans. I wanted to test some things out. Do you have some free time right now? Sure.
All right.
Okay, I'll get started right away.
I'm using different beans today. I went to a coffee shop and bought some real ones this time.
Ooh.
I made sure to store them in the fridge, and I only ground them right before brewing.
Wow.
I also learned you need to be mindful of how hot the water is, as well as how you pour it.
Sojiro would be proud. You did a great job.
Yes, I practiced with the cheaper beans from before since I can't afford too many of the expensive ones. Although, it was hard to drink all that coffee, so I added a lot of milk and sugar.
Understandable.
Well then, let's drink, shall we? Cheers! It's still really bitter. So bitter. But it's not only that. I could actually taste some of the sweetness and richness this time. The beans and brewing technique can make a huge difference, huh? Oh, and the smell was great too.
So true.
I'm feeling a little nostalgic, actually.
Oh boy, some more okay coffee.
Thanks for joining me. You can go on ahead. I'm gonna practice a little more to try and get the hang of this. Let's make some more if we ever get the chance.
Buddy, how much coffee are you planning on making?
First I gotta use the bathroom. I drank a lot while I was practicing today.
Yeah, okay. I can hear people talking.
Hey there!
What is your class doing for the culture festival?
You know what?
A haunted house. I bet I'll be stuck playing the ghost.
Ah.
That doesn't sound too bad. You can just show up and put on the costume. I actually need to practice for a magic show. But I heard that a typhoon is on its way, and that it's a big one. Are people really gonna turn up? It's time for the culture festival. First bell's rung.
Attention, please.
We're starting a new chapter today. This one is all about Nick's tough situation. Like Nickelodeon. You know, the story reminds me of when I first met my husband. What a wild time that was. At first, we were somewhat distant, but after spending enough time together, one day I suddenly realized that he was my better half.
Wow.
Ooh, I just came up with a good question. Mr. Kodak, since our eyes met first, who was one referring to when speaking of their better half? Their soulmate, their rival, their mentor. I mean, it depends on who you ask, because if you ask Goro Akechi, it would be the second option, but...
Yes.
Wonderful. Your better half is considered your soulmate, the person you are destined to be with. Someone who you never want to leave and will treasure always. I believe whoever makes you feel this way is your soulmate. Someday, if you ever meet someone who makes you feel like that, accept your feelings and your better half with open arms. Wow, look at the time. Let's get back to the lesson. Why is she always like this? I guess, why do we end class and you are 3 inches from my face just staring at me? Why are you like this, girl? Everyone seems excited about the upcoming festival. I have yet to experience such events, so I cannot relate. Okay. beautiful Junpei. Hey, the festival's this week, isn't it? Man, I've been so busy thinking about Chidori that I completely forgot. Oh, screw that. I've got enough on my plate, so I'm gonna slack off. We can go with Yukari, Hidetoshi, Fuka, Shinjiro. These bitches get... I'm telling you. There is nothing straight about those two men. Okay, I guess we're going with Shinjiro. I would like to go with Fuka to get her past rank 1, but alas. Just like I wanted to go with Akinari yesterday.
My bad.
Calling you up so sudden. You got a minute? There's something I want to talk about.
Thanks.
Thanks. Shouldn't take too long.
I got a favor to ask ya. Give this to Kirijo. Preferably while you're at school. I haven't suddenly decided to go back to school or anything. That's a form to extend my leave of absence. Don't make much sense to be in an extracurricular squad if I get expelled.
You know? Fair enough.
But I'll drop it if I can stay absent from school.
Why are you giving this to me?
Going myself would be more of a pain than it's worth. Plus,
you know, valid.
Seems like Kirijo depends on you. It should be pretty easy to hand it off if you do it at school. I'll pay you back for this. So help me out, alright?
Alright. No, I support Shinjiro. I support what you're doing here.
It? No questions asked? I owe ya.
Huh. I don't see you two together very often.
We've literally hung out like 3 days consecutively. What do you mean?
What are you guys doing back here in the middle of the day? That envelope. I'm guessing that's not the form for returning to school. Hey, if Shinji keeps this up, you'll be his classmates next year.
Yippee!
You and Junpei should practice addressing him casually. In fact, go ahead and boss him around a bit.
I love Akihiko just giving him shit for this.
I'd rather get expelled. We're gonna finish the battle this year. I've got no reason to stay enrolled after that.
Shinji, you know exactly how concerned Mitsuru is about you. You know what this form means to her, don't you? Don't tell me you forgot your promise.
Sorry, didn't want to drag you into my problems, but still counting on you for that.
I've never seen Shinji ask someone else for help with his own problems before. He'd never say it out loud. But I think he really trusts you.
What can I say? I'm a very trustworthy individual, apparently. Not as much as you, though.
I don't know. Yeah, we've known each other a long time, but sometimes being too close to somebody can have its drawbacks. I'm not gonna nag Shinji about going back to school anymore. Just do what you think is best. I'll leave it to you.
I didn't say much on the walk back to the dorm. I feel like my academics have improved. Hey, neat. That's what I need. Keep giving me those. Hey, Koro. I can watch a movie with Koromaru. I can cook with Mitsuru. I can tend plants with Shinji. I have Koro's. I didn't level up. Ooh, okay. You know what? You know what we're gonna do real quick? I realized I didn't do something. We're gonna reload a save real quick. We're gonna go get Akihiko and Ken the level ups that they were supposed to get. I completely forgot to do that.
All systems are go.
The enemies are getting stronger the more we progress.
You. Hello.
You got the initiative. They don't seem very strong. That about does it.
It's over.
There we go.
Patterns detected.
Give me money and Invig 2. Sick. There we go. That's what I needed. Elect break. I need it. I don't think I need it. Gigantic fist. Bang. Mazionga. Bang. Matarunda. Bang. Masukukaja at 50. Okay. Tetrakarn, Samarakarm, Vile Assault. You don't need Zionga. I didn't know they even gave you electric skills. Did he have electric skills in the base game? I don't remember. I don't remember him having electric. I think he did, but I just don't remember it. Ken, your shit's all over the fucking place. Hey. Okay. Hey, Luke, I wanna go home. That'd be great. Thank you. Persona indeed. Okay, now we leave. Now we can skip the next couple of days.
Oh, hello.
We can just fast forward our way through. Good thing I caught it when I did. I didn't realize that we just hadn't done it that day. And then we bought from the shopping channel.
It's a no.
Buy our emergency vest.
Bang. But
Shinji.
Hey. Yeah.
Should there be a Persona 4 remake? I think Persona 4, it's an interesting case. Persona 4 holds up a lot better than 3 did in terms of like gameplay and you know, actual the need for a remake. But also, I wouldn't mind, especially with the work they did here. I think this remake is so good that I would be more than okay with a 4 remake with not PSP models. Yeah, especially on Golden, those models are not pretty. And we went with Ken. You did a great job. Thanks for the coffee. Goodbye. And then we went with Shinji again today. And that's back to where we were. Easy peasy. Their soulmate.
My bad. Thanks.
I don't think they're bad. They're not it's terribly bad. I don't think that's the good word for it. But they could be better. They could improve. They're a little janky. But I do also go, I feel like there's a lot more you could do with like in-game cutscenes with better models, which I feel like is something that's kind of lacking. Yeah, the gap from P5 to P4 is a significant one. That's for sure. There we go. Okay. With that, Mitsuru is our lowest leveled party member, and then Akihiko and Shinji are both 47. Bless them for being gay. 8 years. Yeah, it's a gap. It's a significant gap. And then Junpei. And then we've got Koro, Ken, Aigis 51, Yukari 53, and I'm 55. Fuka's 55. Cool. Koromaru, do you have your... You do not. Okay. And this raises my academics. Perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. Another episode of that docuseries about a wolf pack. In this one, a mischievous wolf pup is playing with his father. Aww. Koromaru seems kind of sad. Aww. Buddy, what's wrong? Sweet buddy. Koromaru seems fixated on the screen. His eyes hold a trace of longing. I wonder if he misses his parents. Watching how animals live in the wild helped me improve my academics. Great. Looks like there's more to this documentary series on wolves. Maybe I'll watch it again, Koromaru again when I have the time. Not me almost crying about a dog in a game you know nothing about. Okay, but Koromaru is the best. He deserves it. He deserves the world.
Yo.
Hey, Aki. Just 3 shadows left, huh? And only 3 more weeks until the next one appears. Personally, I'd rather take on all 3 at once and save us the trouble. Yeah, that's an idea. But I guess it wouldn't be very interesting if we managed to get rid of them so easily. Since we've got more manpower, it should be easier to defeat them. Can't wait for the next full moon. Yeah, I can't wait for October 4th. And I'm so excited for it. Definitely.
I have a theory.
Still not gonna pass as a human, that's understandable. Mitsuru. We need to talk about Aragaki. Use this to Koromaru in front of the dorm. Yeah, let's go with Mitsuru. Turn in Shinji's forms. I scored the highest in my grade. How did everybody else do? Yukari scored above average. Nice. Fuka did well. Junpei's score is quite low. What about the third years? Mitsuru scored the highest. That makes sense. Aki's very high. Good. Good for them. Or Junpei. Oh, there you are. How did it go? Is that... Handed over the form to extend Aragaki's leave of absence. Right. I thought as much. He's certainly stubborn. I'll give him that. But this is his decision, so there's nothing more we can do. Even the text boxes, yeah, everything they, all the aesthetics. I mean, I feel like Atlas is just very good at that also. Like, they are very good at like nailing the aesthetic of a game. Like, you look at this one, you look at like P5, you look at some of their other stuff with like Catherine and SMT. They're good at just nailing that.
Thank you.
So I can finally lay this matter to rest. I appreciate your help. Not a problem. For everything I've done, I suppose I do owe you an explanation. But not here. Let's relocate to the student council room. I assure you it won't take long.
I don't think I ever told you about how things were before you joined. C's originally started off with only 3 members. Back in middle school, I invited Akihiko to join, and Aragaki followed him soon after.
Oh,
We
look
had
at
no
them.
idea what we were doing back then.
Aww. I'm gonna get sad.
We were young, inexperienced, and we had almost no intel to work off of. We could barely even make it past the entrance to Tartarus back then. Actually exploring the tower like we're doing now was nothing more than a pipe dream. Even with all our shortcomings, we worked decently as a team. As peers, it was easy for us to connect, and the work was hard but fulfilling.
Can't even imagine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not complaining about our current circumstances. We've discovered how to eliminate the Dark Hour, and we've since grown much stronger. However, after what happened in Yakushima, and with Aragaki rejoining, it's hard not to remember the old days. Maybe I'm so concerned about re-enrolling him in school because I'm still living in the past.
Living in the past?
Yes. Sometime
Oh my
after we started working
gosh.
as a team, we all came to an agreement.
They look so good.
We promised we'd all graduate together. No one left behind. Akihiko was just as reckless back then, too. Aragaki was always the one reminding him that our lives were at stake. Although his wording certainly wasn't quite so thoughtful.
I can imagine.
It suits him, doesn't it? I guess you've gotten to know him well. Ever since he left the team, he's acted like he's wanted to punish himself. It's almost like he just wants to waste away. I'm hoping he'll remember his promise and take a step back and look at himself.
Looks like such a sweet boy there, truly.
That's why I gave you the paperwork to get him back in school. That was my last hope, but I suppose it didn't work out. I'll tell Akihiko myself. All right, I'll take this. I'll start on the process for extending his leave of absence.
Seems like Mitsuru and Sonata were really hoping Aragaki would return to school. I should think carefully about whether to hand this over or not.
What's the matter?
I'm gonna take it back.
Oh, sure. What's wrong, though? Is it missing a page? I'll let you handle it then. Make sure to let Aragaki know as well.
The leave of absence extension form and left the student council room. Maybe I should look for Aragaki and get him to reconsider. Hi, Chihiro. Sorry to all my friends who I'm ignoring this week, but I really gotta see this through. Oh, he's at the dorm. No, he's not here. That's Koromaru, his dorm, I'm assuming. Okay. I have to go get him another day, I guess. Unless he is at the dorm. No, that's Koro. Okay. Who's around today? Kaisuke, Kaz, Kenji, Bunkichi, Gourmet King, Chihiro, it looked like, was available. BB. Had a lot of options. Let's go with Chihiro.
Excuse me.
Are you leaving now? I was thinking about visiting the bookstore again. I might be a lost cause, but still.
Yes.
Thank you so much. To be honest, I was afraid to go by myself, but with you there, even if someone bought it. No, I should be more optimistic. Okay, let's go.
Senpai, hurry! I hope no one's bought that illustration collection. Please still be there. Come on.
Wait.
Bushini, they said our class's materials fee hasn't been paid yet.
Yeah, I was totally getting grilled in the faculty office just now.
All right, the money. I, gave it to Mr. Takenozuka when he came to the office.
You were the one responsible for that money, weren't you, Fushimi-san? That means you were the last one who saw it.
But I just told you.
Well, the teacher told us we haven't paid yet. So doesn't that make this your fault?
Or it makes it the teacher's fault. Could also be.
Senpai?
Gotta be a misunderstanding.
Yes, I think so too. I clearly remember giving the money to the teacher. It has to be some kind of mistake.
Look, just make sure you take care of it, all right? I'm sure it's exciting to have that much money, but you better do something before everyone finds out. Don't worry. We won't tell anyone.
Wait!
Oh.
You think I... those guys... They must think I stole the money. I couldn't stand up to them, but I didn't take anything.
Don't worry. We'll get it figured out.
But how could I not worry? I'm being accused of stealing.
Okay, well, you know,
I'm
don't.
sorry. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I didn't steal anything. I'm certain I handed the money over. I'll just have to talk to Mr. Takenozuka about this. But what if he thinks I'm accusing him of stealing? Senpai, what should I do?
Chihiro's on the verge of tears. I have to do something about this. I can sense that Chihiro is relying on me. Rank 7! Yippee!
I'm sorry. I know I can't just expect you to solve everything. This is my problem, so I need to figure it out on my own. Bookworms. I think I have to pass today. Sorry.
I walked with Chihiro until it was time to part ways. Looks like the product I ordered through the shopping program on TV has arrived. Let's see what's inside. First aid kit. Neat.
Welcome back.
I heard that Chidori-san is starting to open up a little, but it seems that she's still uncomfortable talking about personas. It might take some time before she's ready. That's fine. We still have 3 shadows to worry about, so let's focus on that. They'll be sorry they ever set foot this world. We can go with Yukari, we can go with Fuka, we can go with Shinji. Or I can go with Ken. Go with Ken. Do his link. Sounds like he's doing something in his room. Did I spend the evening with Amanda? Yeah. Oh, who's there? Ow!
Senpai?
Am I interrupting something?
Oh, I was just cleaning my room. Sorry, was it too loud? Okay then, good night. Senpai? Actually, there's something I'd like to talk about. Will you come in?
Sure. Look at the hamster.
Sorry it's so messy in here. This won't take long.
Look at him go. He's just running along.
I actually have a favor to ask of you.
Okay.
You see, I have a pet hamster.
He was the first thing I saw when I walked in. Don't worry.
I got him when I was living with my mom, and he's been with me ever since. So I decided to bring him here. If, for some reason, I don't make it back here in the future, then this little guy will be all alone. So, could you help look after him if that happens?
It ain't gonna happen. Don't worry. That won't happen. I'll make sure.
Of course. I have you guys with me, so I won't go down easily. But you never know, right? It was the same with my mom. Everything happened so suddenly. So please, I can even provide a little something as thanks. I'll give you all my allowance, and the rest of my New Year's money. And I'll give you all the comics here, plus whatever else you want.
Hypothetically speaking. If it makes you feel better.
Okay, that works for me. Well, aren't you the lucky one? But when that happens, you better listen to him, okay?
What's his name? Don't go taking the kid's money. I'm not trying to steal his money. Also, hi Aqua. Thank you for the Ubu minute. I didn't have the option to say no, okay? You know.
It's Hamburger.
Oh my, he's Hamburger. Hamburger the hamster. That's a good name.
You think so? Mom used to always laugh about it.
I mean, I think Hamburger is a very cute name. Hi, how you doing, Aqua? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
The night he came home with me, we had hamburgers for dinner, so that's why.
Aww.
Anyways, thank you so much. That's a big relief. There's not much time left now. Sorry again for the disturbance. Could you apologize to everyone else for me?
Hamburger nickname Hammy, exactly.
It's getting late, so I'm going to bed soon. Actually, can I ask you one more thing?
Yeah, what's up?
Everyone in this dorm is so kind. They always come up to me for a casual chat, and they treat me like a normal person.
I mean, I would hope so.
Sure, there were plenty of adults who showed concern for me, but I feel like the people here are a little different. And you came to check in on me again today, but why? Why does everyone here care about what happens to me?
Because we're friends? I don't know. What do you mean? I could be blanket, or I could try to, like, you know, relate. You know, dead parents for life. Yippee, fist bump, kiddo. But I don't know that would be. You know what? Fuck it. Dead parent squad. Let's go. Yippee.
Right. Your parents. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I guess that was a weird question, wasn't it? Sorry. Don't mind me.
Yeah, pretty much everybody here has, like, dead or absentee parents. So, like, you know, you're kind of like one of a crowd at this point. We all get the vibe.
But maybe I should have asked sooner. I don't know if I'll be able to fully repay you for your kindness, but I'll do my best.
We need matching t-shirts. Yeah. Everyone in the squad. Forget the C's armbands. We need matching t-shirts. Dead Parents Club. We can Fuka can be excluded, but she'll get one that's like, I wish they were Dead Parents Squad instead. Fuka still has parents, but they're not good parents. So, like, she'll get like a I wish my parents were dead.
Okay then. Good night. Senpai! I'm really glad you came. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I won't let you down.
Oh, buddy. I left the silent hallway and returned to my room. I feel like my courage has improved. Sure, okay. Okay, you lurk now. Enjoy your lurk, Aqua. It's good to see you. We should play some games together at some point soon. Thank you for the hydrate. Next week, Splatoon. I'm available. Shoot me a DM and just, you know, let me know when you're free, because I'm available pretty much all of next week, I think, so.
Hey, dude!
Hey, did you hear? Yukari Takaba's gonna wear a maid dress for the Culture Festival.
Seriously?
Wait, seriously? Is this a blessing from heaven?
Actually...
The archery team is doing a maid cafe, and she drew the short straw. I heard she's not stoked about it, so we gotta go support her, right? Yukari seems to be the talk of the town. Sounds like she's going to dress up as a maid for the Culture Festival. Poor Yukari. First bell is rung. Hi, Agus.
Greetings.
I have heard that Yukari-san is going to be working at a maid cafe during the festival. I am not familiar with the concept. However, the male students in particular seem exceptionally excited to see her new outfit. Hi, Junpei. Hey, I heard the archery team will be running a maid cafe at the festival. Wonder if Yuka-tan will be in costume, too. Since, you know, she's a waitress and all. Can't really see her in a maid dress, though. Hi, Yukari. So we can go with Yukari. We can go with... yeah, we gotta go with Shinji. We gotta finish this arc. I don't know how long this is available for, but we have to make sure we get through all of it. Also, it's really weird. Specifically running through school, and it never shows up on stream. But specifically when I'm running through the school sometimes, I get weird, like, staticky lines on the screen. And for some reason, it doesn't show up in OBS or on stream at all. But, like, sometimes, like, the textures break a little bit. It specifically happens to me a lot at school. I haven't noticed it really as much anywhere else. But just when I'm running around in the school, it, like VCR style, like, fucking, like, screen breaks happen every so often. And it's just very weird.
What?
Hey, so what do you want? I talked to Aragaki and return the leave of absence renewal form. Yeah. You want to talk to me about something? Let's go somewhere else. You hungry?
So, are you still carrying that thing around?
I couldn't hand it over.
Looks like you're not just playing errand boy this time. Sorry, but I'm not going back to school. Since it's you, I guess I'll say it. I ain't gonna live much longer. I'm getting by on meds right now, but that won't last forever.
Is there anything we can do?
This is probably the part where I ask God for a miracle, but that's never worked for me. This is my body we're talking about. I know it better than anyone, and I know there's nothing I can do.
Here you go! 2 specials!
Eat up. The noodles are getting soggy.
Thanks, man.
I know it seems like I wasted your time, but it's the good memories that stay with you and get people through their struggles. But it's also the mistakes you made that haunt you forever. I gotta use what time I have left to set things straight. I don't have the luxury of doing anything else.
Don't forget your promise.
Damn. You really don't mince your words, do you?
Nope. Don't get attached to Shinjiro.
That ain't
He's
so
great.
bad.
I love Shinji.
It's way more refreshing than having someone keep quiet because they're scared of hurting my feelings. That's gotta be why they depend on you so much. Aki and Kirijo are fighting with way more confidence than they had 2 years ago. Yeah, you're just something special.
What can I say?
But look, if you got time to waste on me, then go spend it on someone else. Like Amada. He's still just a kid. He's way in over his head. I'm still gonna do whatever I can to help. But after that, I'm counting on you. I'll hold on to this. Yeah. I should have been the one to hand it in. Sorry I put that on you. You can head on outside. I'm paying today. Thanks. Money's on the counter.
Thanks. Come again.
Aragaki and I quietly headed back to the dorm. Aragaki's trust in me is giving me courage. Great! I would love it to give me intelligence somehow instead. That would be really neat of it.
Oh, welcome back.
Is it just my imagination, or have the lost been proliferating more quickly than usual lately? There are over 2 weeks until the next full moon, so why? Suppose we should just focus on what we can accomplish right now. We'll deal with the next shadow swiftly and effectively. I love that we get time with Shinji more in this one than we did in the base game. Because I love Shinji a lot. I love his character arc. I think he's a very, very good character. And I'm glad you actually get to spend a lot of time with him. Because in the base game, you don't have... he has no social link. He has no, like, hangouts, really. So it's just kind of like, he shows up, he's in the story, and that's it. Like, you know, what you see of him in the story is what you see of him. Soul spinach. Meaty soul spinach. Ooh. What is meaty soul spinach, exactly? I'll do some more soul spinach. 9/28, the day after my birthday. Wow. Do we have a recording to watch, actually? I'm gonna check in a minute. They haven't told me about one. I haven't checked in a minute. Seems to be a new recording. There is indeed. 9/6/2009. 19:10:36. It's the lounge. Aragaki and Karamaru are watching TV.
You two can follow along on page 39 of this month's issue. Today we're making spicy pepper pasta.
Ooh.
It's a great dish to keep your energy
That sounds
up
good.
in the summer heat. The key ingredient is the Monganji pepper. Remember to remove the seeds first. After that, we'll prepare some kombu soup stock. You'll need a pasta cooker about this size and...
A pasta cooker. Do we even have one of those here?
Oh, look at Koramaru.
It's still pretty hot. It requires excess energy to maintain an appropriate external temperature.
Shit.
Oh, Shinji.
We have returned.
We're home, Koro-chan. Oh, shh. We should be quiet. It looks like Aragaki-senpai's asleep. He says Aragaki-san is not
Damn,
asleep.
Karo. You sold my man's out like that.
Huh? Senpai's magazine. It's the monthly guide to the family cooking show. Does Aragaki-senpai enjoy cooking shows?
I didn't even know this month's issue was out.
Aragaki-san frequently watches programs like...
It's okay, I guess. Come on, let's go.
Koromaru exposing our mans in front of everyone.
Damn. Forgot you can understand dogs. Aw, don't sweat it. It ain't your fault. Don't worry, Koro-chan. Next time I'll make you something too.
I love them. They're so stupid, but I love them. There are no new recordings. Cool. We can walk Koromaru, we can cook with Aki. Culture Festival. I forgot we did that. That crap doesn't interest me.
So...
Yeah, Chidori's gonna need some time to cool down. So I'm gonna give her some space before even thinking about going steady. And no shortcuts, of course. And yeah, it's gonna be hard. But I don't think that's a bad thing. For her, it's worth it. Junpei-kun really cares about Chidori-san a lot, doesn't he? I'd only ever seen him goofing around, but now he seems like such a gentleman.
Unbelievable.
Guess what? I have to wear a maid outfit. This is so messed up. I want you to wear it. I'm sorry. I want you to wear it.
What?
What? You like that kind of stuff? I didn't think you were like that. Sorry, Yukari.
By the way,
Almost time for the culture festival at your school, right? I hear we might be hit by a typhoon, though. If the festival doesn't get canceled, I hope you have fun. Remember, the lost surges every full moon. It's relentless and unceasing. I hope we'll discover some breakthrough by climbing Tartarus. Do we want to walk Koromaru or eat with Aki? Let's walk Koromaru. Aragaki can come with us tonight. Yeah, let's go.
Quit getting so excited. Don't you go on walks all the time? Whatever. Go on and run all you want.
Look at him go.
I don't like the way things are looking out there. Feels like a storm's coming.
Yeah, like a typhoon that everybody's been talking about.
Well, whatever happens, happens.
Hey, Koromaru.
What? You done already? This place was your home, right? What you got there?
Speed incense. Oh.
Doesn't look like anything dangerous. Why don't you hang on to it?
I don't know. I can make something dangerous with it, probably.
Let's head back.
Boost up a Persona stats real quick. What if I come, like, the end of the game, just dump all of my speed incenses into Koromaru and max his agility out?
Hey.
I heard there's a nasty typhoon on the way. You think we'll still have the Culture Festival Saturday? Nah, I don't think so. The way they're talking, the typhoon's gonna be way too destructive.
Huh?
You seriously think it's gonna be canceled? Man, after all that work we put in preparing for it. Hi, Agus. How's it going? Just wondering, do you have some spare time? Kenji, okay. We've got Yukari, Kenji, Kaz in here. We have Chihiro, and that's it out here. Gourmet King and Junkichi. Let's go with Yukari. I was thinking of swinging by the strip mall just now. You want to join me? Let's get going then. I'm not really in the mood for ramen. What else can we get to eat?
I don't know about the Net Cafe. Why don't we go someplace else? Wait, let me see how much money I have.
Where's my wallet? Did I drop it?
Oh,
But
bro.
when? I had it when I pulled out my train pass. Wait, someone bumped into me outside the station. Sorry, I'm gonna go back there and look around. It'll just take a minute. Make sure you wait right here. I'll be fine, so don't come after me. Stay right there, you got it?
Yeah, for sure. Your car vehemently warned me and ran off. What should I do? Look around. We're gonna... Starting to get weird looks. Doesn't seem like she's coming back. Did something happen? Go look for her. Gotta go check up on her.
What'd you say? You better shut your mouth, bitch!
If you don't behave, you'll lose more than just your wallet.
I'll call the police.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
Her friend.
We've got no business with a measly buddy. If you don't want to get hurt, then get lost.
The hell? You're asking for a beatdown!
Bet. I'll beat your ass.
Thanks.
Yukari seems appreciative. Seems you've grown closer. Yippee! Rank 5!
That was a little intense, though. You didn't have to beat them up so badly.
I mean, look, they were asking for it. They deserved it, truly. They swung first. That was self-defense. I was just, you know.
Hey, why'd you come after me? Didn't I say to wait? Did you think I needed saving? I'm not helpless, you know?
I know.
I got my wallet back by myself.
Okay,
I
well...
didn't need your help.
This is how I break the social link. Got it. Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, that's the one. Yeah, I see it now. I don't think you can fully break a link anymore, but you can reverse them still in this game. And I'm pretty sure that's the way to do it. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I should be the one saying sorry. And thank you. I'll just go on ahead. I'm alright now. Sorry again. See you.
I too want to choose the sexism route. There was one of my favorite things is in the original in the originals there's one, I forget what rank it is, but it's like her like 6 or 7 rank where you can choose to there's a choice where you get the option to like hug her in a like, you know, situation where it's like, you know, she's like stressed or whatever and you can hug her. And it breaks the link because it's like you're like making an advance on her when she's, you know, in a vulnerable position and she gets upset with you and then you cannot finish the link anymore. And I know so many people who've gotten fucked over by that, and I think it's very funny. According to my calculations, the probability of the typhoon descending upon us is extremely high. We must secure the dormitory windows and seal any areas prone to leaking. We can tend plants with Shinji. We can brush Koro.
Perhaps.
Oh, we've got a typhoon headed our way. Still not sure if it's gonna lay us out or not, though. Let's brush Koromaru. Look at him. His fur is starting to look really soft and shiny. Koromaru looks very proud of his shiny coat. Look at him. Want to blow dry too? I'm assuming that's a no. Kuromaru's gotten even more comfortable. Look at him. Kuromaru brought this Trifuri gem. Is he thanking me for brushing him? Buddy. Starting to get the hang of this. Maybe I'll brush his coat again when I have the time. Chicken brown, chicken brown, chicken brown, meow, chicken brown, chicken brown, chicken brown, meow. I can hear people talking.
Hey there.
Hey, did you go to the film festival during summer vacation? Oh, the one at Port Island Movie Theater? Yeah, I watched a bunch of things. I heard they're gonna have it again next week for just one day. Wanna go? Nah. The 23rd, right? Nah, I'll pass on this one. I forgot the theme was this time, but I remember it was all kiddie. This is gonna be a one-day film festival on September 23rd. Maybe I can invite someone to go with me. If it increases my academics, I'll think about it. Otherwise, I'm okay. Clouds are looking ominous. I should head back to the dorm. Oh.
This is the first time we've met during the day.
How's it going, bud?
Let's have a chat while the opportunity presents itself.
Mm-hmm. What about the typhoon?
That doesn't concern me. Now, let's be honest.
I feel like it probably should concern you. I feel like it might be something you want to concern yourself with, but I'm going into the back alley with a man who is holding a fucking revolver in his belt that I know is my enemy with no witnesses in the middle of a typhoon to have a chat. This is the worst possible idea I could have had.
Is she in good health? It must be difficult looking after her. After all, you likely can't rein her in for very long. Or could it be you've already killed her?
He's fine for now.
I see. For now, you say. Then I assume her symptoms have arisen. Considering Kirijo's resourcefulness, you would have had access to the suppressants as well.
I mean, it was Shinji who got them for us, but yeah.
If you already know about the suppressants, that simplifies things. Can you imagine it? A Persona user murdered by their other half. Such is the fate of a Persona that has gone berserk. As you have already seen for yourself. This power of ours is not meant to be wielded by just anyone. That holds true even for those who were awakened by force. It comes at a great cost, and we can only harness it by walking the line between life and death. This power makes us who we are. And yet, you hold the ability to wield so many.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty cool.
The Dark Hour has graced you with its favor, almost unjustly so from our perspective.
Well, you know, I think for you guys, that seems like a skill issue.
Now, I ask you, don't you think it'd be a shame for you to lose such a special power?
It's for my friends.
You stubbornly cling to that sentiment.
Yeah.
Do you have no intention of understanding anything? Choosing to turn a blind eye towards your own power, to the grief of the fallen, the unchosen, the unloved. Such such insolence. You trample upon everything we stand for.
Well.
And worst of all, your rejection of mine.
Uh-huh. No, continue.
You
keep rambling.
tread upon your gifts like dirt, and in doing so, reveal your own arrogance.
Yeah.
It disgusts me. I see now that nothing will change your mind. If our beliefs are at odds with each other, and neither side is willing to concede.
I mean, I'm not willing to. Maybe you could. I'm just saying.
Then a battle is unavoidable.
Would you call it an unavoidable battle? As is the theme track for when I fight Strega members.
Our final confrontation will come in our own time. You have been blessed with a power greater than any other, and yet you don't see its true value. Such a shame.
Such a shame. I'm drenched from the rain. My whole body is shivering.
Huh. Didn't quite make it, huh?
Hi, everybody.
According to the news, a typhoon just hit.
You know, Fuka, you're never gonna believe this. As the fact that I literally just walked inside, I knew that. I was actually aware of that fact.
Apparently, it's the biggest one on record. It's moving slowly too, so it'll be gloomy for a while.
Yeah, thanks to that, the school festival got canned. Well, less work for us in the end, I guess. Still sucks that we'll be stuck indoors for vacation, though. So, what you gonna do over break?
If I can, I'm gonna hang out with the girl online who's gonna groom me. That's my hope. I forgot we had one.
Seriously? Dude, you're killing me here. What about you, Fuka?
Me? The only thing I plan to do is go to the movies.
Ooh, a movie? Do you have a date?
It's not like that. I'm going with Natsuki-chan. We actually talk about movies all the time.
Aww.
But with this typhoon, I don't know if we'll make it.
How about you, Yuka-tan? Still gonna have practice?
In a typhoon. Archery practice in a typhoon. Yeah, that'll go great.
I don't know. The archery range is outside, so it's most likely canceled until the storm blows over.
Same here. This stupid typhoon is gonna mess up my training.
You gotta be booked, right, Kirijo-senpai?
I'm not sure yet. Why are you so curious about our business, Iori?
Oh, me? Well, I'd be happy to tell you about my plans.
Okay, what's your plans?
I suspect that you will be visiting Chidori-san. Although she is in stable condition now, we still can't release her.
Man, Ai-chan, you must be psychic. And you know what? She even told me she wants me to come. Oh, man. I can't believe she said that.
Junpei, the kind of guy who gets one girl to tell him to, hey, come over, and he doesn't stop talking about it for a month.
So I figured I should probably check up on her. You know, with the storm and all.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
What's with him? Why is he all excited?
Well...
You don't know either, huh?
Oh, Amada-kun, what are your plans during the break?
Oh, I'm not really doing anything in particular.
Come on, you gotta be doing something.
Oh, I'll probably go visit the shrine.
Dude, you're a kid, not an old
I need to
man.
visit the shrine for Elizabeth.
I always go to pray, though. I guess you could say I have a wish I want granted. Anyway, I'm going back to my room. I've got a lot of homework to do.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Just holler if you get stuck, yeah?
Don't holler for Junpei. Holler for literally anyone in this room other than Junpei. Feel a bit under the weather. Maybe I should go to bed early tonight.
Nah.
The downside to canceling the school festival is that we won't get to see Yuka-tan in the maid dress anymore. Bummer, huh? Who cares?
Oh, really?
Huh? What do you mean you don't care?
Hello there.
Through the cancellation of the festival, we will receive 5 days off from school. We will have the full weekend off. The 21st is Respect for the Aged Day, the 22nd is a national holiday, and the 23rd is the autumnal
I
equinox.
have a suggestion.
We should use this time wisely.
By the way,
This building was damaged by that shadow back in April. I wonder if there are any leaks. Hope this place didn't get damaged as badly as I did, huh? So true, Rocky. Student Council President, I'm saddened to hear the festival has been cancelled. Suggest the date be rescheduled, but it seems that won't happen. Well, there's nothing we can do to hinder Mother Nature's will. hate to say it, but I'm so relieved the festival got canceled. I mean, come on, a maid outfit? I'd rather stand outside in the middle of the typhoon than have to wear a maid outfit. A wish, huh? Why can't he act like a normal kid? Hey, Koromaru. Koromaru seems to be in a good mood. I'm glad. You're all wet. Are you alright? You don't look so good. I don't think you should go to Tartarus tonight. Stay home and rest instead. I mean, she's right. You should take care of yourself. Doubt anyone would want to go to Tartarus in all this wind and rain anyway.
Chill vibes. The nighttime of love is on and on. Any time surprise.
I'm not feeling well. I should probably lie down and rest. I'm feeling terribly chilly. I may have caught a cold. I don't think I can stay awake any longer. Hi.
I've been waiting for you. It's been quite some time since I last summoned
It has.
you in your dreams. Several seasons have come and gone since I first
two.
offered you my assistance.
I don't feel like that's several, but yeah.
Now then, your persona abilities. Have you been using them wisely?
I'd like to think so. I think my stock kind of broken right now, actually.
To be direct, I sense a great catastrophe in your future.
Oh, good.
But it would be a pity to lose one with such potential as yourself. Therefore, please allow me to provide you with a new form of assistance.
Oh, what you got for me, Igor?
Unlock further secrets of fusion previously unrevealed to you.
Oh.
I am certain that you will find this to be of great benefit.
I'm certain I will. New combinations have been added to Special Fusion.
But for now, you must be tired.
What's up, Sudoku? How are you?
Rest easy. Until we meet
Imagine
again.
being able to do a Special Fusion. Am I right? I'm just slept for a long time. Appears the typhoon has passed. Through the window, the sky looks clear. I feel refreshed. There's respect for the age day. This holiday lasts until the 23rd. I slept for 2 days straight. Woke up, was like, ah, good. The typhoon's over. Great. Anyway. No school today. Okay, we can go with Maya. Kurosawa has something for me.
Good morning.
I'm here to monitor the condition of your health. Your temperature, pulse, and breathing have all returned to normal. Congratulations on surviving your illness. Thanks.
Hey there.
Is your body totally healed up? Physical health of a fighter is very important. Be careful. No matter how strong you are, if you don't feel well, you won't last very long in the ring. We got sick from running through a typhoon.
Oh.
Oh, you seem to be feeling better. Why don't you go out and get some fresh air? It's really nice out.
Oh.
Are you feeling better? How's the cold? And school's out anyway. You should probably rest for today.
Yes?
How are you feeling? I'm doing alright.
Alright.
I'm glad to hear it. And you'll have no problems going to Tartarus, I take it. Well, maybe not that alright. You know, they say idiots never get sick. Wait, that means since you got sick, you're smart, and since I didn't, I'm well, what do they know anyway? Oh, Junpei. Oh, Junpei. Glad you're feeling better now. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? You might catch another cold. Go see Kurosawa. Let's go get our rewards for saving people, and then we'll go with Maya, probably. For some reason, we just got a delivery of a bunch of mysterious dolls. You know anything about this? Your face says you do. Just take them. Or homunculus. Thank you. I don't have that much, but you should be able to find what you need.
What do you got? Wanna sell in bulk?
Alright,
I'll take that. What'll it be? Well, we're running a little sale today. See if anything catches. Uh-huh. What'll it be? What are you looking for? Got some new things in stock. Check it out if you've got the time. I have no idea. Huh? Made up your mind. Take your time. That what you want? Good. It's all yours. Take as long as you need. Everything look having second thoughts? That what you want? Great. It's all yours. Everything looks good? Alright then. That what you want? Great. It's all yours. Take as long as you need. Take as long as you need. You finished? Come back soon.
Thank you, thank you. And get in the antique shop. Personas are interesting, aren't they? Summoning them must be easy for you and your friends. I've never been able to summon one. Although I understand that being able to summon a persona comes with its own set of difficulties. Well, good luck.
Creating a Quixo. What will it be? You're sure about that? Here you go. Thanks for waiting. So, what will it be?
Magic evasion low. Anti-wind master. Reduce strike damage. Strength +3 and counter strike. For women.
Everything I craft is sure to be useful against the shadows. Give them a go, will you?
Plus 50 HP, but loses counter strike. Doesn't I guess have naturally counter strike, or am I crazy on that?
There are other people who can use personas, right? So, what will it be?
Yeah. Ooh, getting some garnet would be nice to get some of those.
Everything I craft is sure to be useful against the shadows. Give them a go, will you?
I'm gonna
Are you
get
sure it's all yours?
some of those.
What would you like?
Changes attack affinity to wind for Koromaru. These are really cool.
Have a look at the scrolls and
conceptually
paintings on display if you'd like. They say autumn is the season of
for
art.
things that are immune to physical. But I feel like switching on and off of them is not terribly worth it. Koromaru's could be cool, giving him, instead of slash, he has wind. Granted, it's like significantly weaker. But giving him access to wind, fire, and dark damage would be kind of sick. No ice, no fire.
The more I study, the more I realize there's so much I don't know. But don't you worry. I'll make sure your equipment is done right.
Strength +3 and counter. It's way lower than the needle shoes, but decent. Regenerate 1. Interesting. Okay.
So, what will it be? Go on, look around.
If boost, crit rate boost, endure light, endure dark. Opal and diamond for arm master and spell master. Good to know.
How many have you decided? We have a deal. Everything good? Come again.
I want to use that growth 2 card right away. Put that on a start over growth 1 to help her level up. And then we're gonna go hang out with our online friend who is definitely not trying to groom us. Yeah. I think I'll spend the day playing games online. It's Shinagawa Dungeon. I see Maya. Listen, Tatsuya. Nowadays, I just log on to MMOs with bedhead and all. Like today, lol. But when I was little, people said I was a real cutie. Guess I missed my chance, right? Nobody thinks I'm hot anymore. Do men only want younger women? Be honest. What are you talking about? No, you're amazing. Or whatever. That's what I'm talking about. You really get me. That's what's really important is true love. But I think I tend to like them on the younger side too, though. Lol. Oh boy, here we go. Alright. Yep, here we go. Okay. I seems very happy. By the way, am I making sense? I hope so, because I teach composition. Okay, I'll be calm. I'll compose my bitching carefully for you. One of my coworkers is really pissing me off. I'm trying to avoid her. We used to teach the same grade, and we were together all the time. It's been a while, but that thing kind of sticks with you, you know? Anyway, she said she needed some advice, but then she just started bragging. Some student asked her out, and a guy she doesn't like proposed to her. Ugh. Oh boy, we're getting some overlap in our social links here. Uh-oh. I'm not jealous. It's just so freaking annoying. OMG. I hate skanky hoes like her. Just give the puppy dog guys, and guys will do whatever. But I put the maid outfit on Morgana, and why is he kind of cute? Honestly, though, it's very funny. She even stuffs her bra. Lol. What? What? Ma'am, I'm 16. Ma'am. What? I'm afraid you know too much now, Tatsuya. But that's right, she got fake tits. Ha 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 XDDDDDD. Okay, for real though, keep this between you and me, okay? Maya seems to be enjoying herself. I swear, OMG, I saw Miss K running in late one time, right? And her pads fell down and it looked like she had 4 XDDDDD. They're fake for sure. The school is full of teachers like that. Man, Tatsuya, talking to you is better than getting a massage. Blush. Complaining online is now an important part of my days off. Okay. Yeah. Great. Is that rank 7? Oh boy, we're almost through it. We've almost got there. We're supposed to be fighting demons from hell, right? Oh, I'm fighting some demons right now. Don't you worry. I'm fighting the demons. But after what I just said, I might go to hell anyway. I mean, I wasn't going to be the one to say it. Well, I rented some DVDs, so later, Tatsuya. Thanks for chatting. My player signed off. I decided to log off as well. I want to go home. The problem is I am home. Hi. Going. That's right. I should have made you some rice porridge when you were sick. I didn't think of that sooner. Next time you get sick, I'll be sure to make it. Wow. Fake friend. Damn. Yukari doesn't even really like me. Didn't make me rice porridge while I was sick. I'm glad you weren't sick for very long. Maybe it's because you rested for 2 days straight. Something like that.
Excuse me.
Oh, just wait, Sudoku. Just wait. While you were resting, the typhoon passed through town. Not much damage was incurred. Nothing of note was mentioned about the typhoon damages on the news either. It was a pretty big typhoon. I bet a lot of buildings were destroyed. Yukari-san and Fuka-san were really scared. Were you scared during the typhoon too? I slept through it. Oh, that's right. My ass was eeping. Might gain a new ability and gain my academics. Let's fucking go. Let's go, Koromaru. Let's watch a video together. The usual animal show. Today is the last day of the special on wolves. Koromaru seems to sympathize with the wolves' leader of protecting the pack. He's giving me a look of fierce determination. Keep up the great work. Kind of want to put me in a maid outfit, not gonna lie. You know, valid. There was a thought years ago to do that. That was like 2 years ago. People wanted me to do a maid outfit stream, and we never hit the goal. And you know, at this point now, I don't know, it might be too late. Might have missed the window. Get in touch with Spot about it. She was leading the charge. Maid outfit stream for 3 years. You think I could find a maid outfit that would fit me in the next month? I don't know that that's doable. I'm not gonna lie to you. Send me your measurements. Imagine thinking I know my measurements. Zippy's gained a sense of pride from the wolves' leader. You could possibly make one? Make it and send it here in a month? No, you don't have to do all that. That's so much work for you. No. You don't have to do all that. You cosplay? Yeah, but that's a lot of work. Still. Auto Sukunda. Ooh. Wait, yo, that's kind of heat. I do know you cosplay, but still, you know, putting all that together, that's a lot of fabric, that's a lot of time, effort, etc. You don't gotta do all that. You look determined. Yeah, you tell him, Koromaru. Chicken brown, meow, chicken brown, meow. Chicken brown, meow, chicken brown, meow. Could also draw me in a maid outfit. See, that seems like significantly less work for you, and so that I'm more okay with.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth.
Hi, Elizabeth.
I am calling to inform you that more humans have wandered into
I should have figured.
Two this time, I believe.
Yeah, I should have figured.
Swiftly and safely conduct a search and rescue. Goodbye now.
Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. We have 12 days before we have to save them. That's fine. Good time. I've got a few messages. Yuko is bored. Kenji is bored. Make it a subathon goal and you'll do it? Bet. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll do a 3-year subathon. There's no school. Okay, we can go with Maya again. Yeah, okay. Might grow closer. Alright, well, here goes. Shinagawa Dungeon. I hope Tatsuya gets here soon. Maya's walking nearby. I'm not even complaining today or anything. So rare. But I'll have to tell Tatsu because he's my MMO partner. I'll be brave. Cry. I'm so lame. I'm blushing for reals. Oh no. Now I'm starting to get sweaty. Are you talking to yourself? So OMG! How long have you been there? Maya seems surprised. Sorry. I was kind of spaced out. Maya seems to be embarrassed. I'm kind of interested in someone from school. Oh boy. Yeah, tell me about who you're interested in. He's kind of a student though. XD. Yeah. OMG, I said it. None of the male teachers are even in my league, so I gave up looking for boyfriends at work. I never thought I'd fall for a student. It's kind of crazy, even for me. Yeah, sure is. What's he like? Tell me more about him, please. I'd love to know. He's kind of quiet, but real mature and intense looking, and hot. I love this one emo face he makes sometimes. Who needs food and water when I got that? Maya seems happy. He's one of my own students, actually. He lives in a dorm because his parents passed away. Just transferred in this year. Yeah, does he have long blue hair? Yeah. Maybe I can pull some strings to talk to him one-on-one. I am his homeroom teacher. Oh, by the way, you don't need to be jealous. It's just a little crush, okay? Hutzi is the only game partner for Maya. No worries. You can tell that Maya cares about me. That's a word for it. That's a word for it. I do think they toned it back. I'm pretty sure in the original she said something along the lines of like, I can, use my power as a teacher to give him some like special tutoring or something like that. So they toned it back, but it's still, ooh, yeah. Ooh. Yippee! Rank 8! I haven't made my appointment yet, but I'm gonna go to a salon. But that Kun will be head over heels for me the next time he sees me. Heart. Alrighty, gotta go. Let's think positive. Yeah, at least Kawakami doesn't groom you online in a video game. At least that doesn't happen to you. Okay. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, I am still here to the dismay of myself and several others. We can go with Tanaka. We can cook with Shinji.
By the way,
I wish the typhoon was on our side. Maybe I could blow an entire ramen stand into a shadow and kill it with one hit. Wouldn't that be awesome? Damn, you got the whole squad laughing.
I have a suggestion.
We have captured Strega's support specialist, Chidori. Next mission, it is highly probable that they will be unable to determine our location. Yeah, not having a navigator must make a huge difference. I doubt they'll be able to do much on their own right now. Still, we should be careful. The other two must be formidable, too. Only 3 shadows left. I bet they're going to be tough. Yes, that is the most likely scenario. It will be difficult to win without thorough training in Tartarus.
Perhaps.
If the Dark Arrow disappears, we'll probably lose our persona abilities and return to being ordinary high school students, right? Oh, but I guess we won't be the same as we were before. Because of everything we experienced together, we'll live richer, fuller lives. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Because we all experienced trauma together, we'll be happy or something. Yeah. Uh-huh. Definitely. Alright, hi Tanaka. You look like you have some time to spare. Shall I give you some more valuable life lessons? Free of charge, of course. I don't have a devil persona. Hold on. I don't have a persona I really want to drop, though, do I? I could drop Izanagi, I guess. Or Dekarabia. Dekarabia might be the better one to drop. I only have it for fusion purposes anyways.
Marvelous. I'm looking forward
For the Twilight Fragments.
How may I assist you?
Make sure I'm
Registered
registered
is
on everything.
overriding
Cool,
acceptable
thank you.
registered.
Let
This
me...
is your
I
very
didn't get
well.
rid of Dekarabia, I forgot.
We
I forgore. Alright, let's go summon the devil. So we can talk to a businessman.
To the Velvet Room. Please take a look.
Moon, Star, Tower, Devil.
So
Hi,
you'll be
Lilum.
summoning this one? May it be your inner strength.
Cool, thank you.
Are you finished? We look.
Hey, bud. I like your attitude. Alright, let's get right to it.
Today, I'll tell you a funny story.
Oh yeah? No, tell me.
These days, even a grade schooler knows how to buy stocks online.
I don't think
How
that's
about
accurate.
You? Interested in stock trading?
I don't think that's correct. Also, this is 2009, so we're considering that in 2009 a grade schooler could buy stocks online. I don't think that's correct. Be a little.
That's the spirit. If you keep all your money in the bank, your modest gains will be offset by outrageous fees. Don't let the fear of bankruptcy dissuade you. It pays to be aggressive in the management of your assets.
Right.
My company just went public on the stock exchange.
Uh-huh.
Since our sales were skyrocketing, we decided to sell shares. And guess what? The number of shareholders skyrocketed too.
Wow.
Now listen, this is the funny part. The majority of our shareholders are also our customers.
Man, that's real funny. That's hysterical, man. Yeah.
Keep buying more of our products, so of course the stock will rise. Isn't that hysterical? You should learn to appreciate the irony.
You know, I think it's hysterical, man. You keep doing you.
Thinking of offering you a job, so you should come up with some stories of your own.
Right. I'll work on that for you, bud. Rank 3, yippee!
Have you been keeping your promise? You didn't tell anyone, did you?
Imagine.
If you go back on your word, I'll find out where you live and ring the doorbell every night.
Okay. Oh no. What a threat. Oh no. Oh no. 11 days left until the full moon. Got a text message. Heisuke. Yeah, no, buddy. I'm sorry. If there's one person I'm not setting aside my schedule to hang out with, it's definitely you. Sorry to break it to you, Scott the Waz. Okay. Let's get this out of the way. Get ourselves close. Grow stronger soon. Perfect. Okay. Excellent.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't know you were already here. As you can see, I've come over for a quick visit. We can take Koromaru for a walk. We can go with Aki to cook. Are you feeling any better? I was going to inquire earlier, but I thought you might be sick of everyone asking if you're sick.
That'd be correct.
Well, that's understandable. Everyone gets worried when you're not feeling well. I bet you were also thinking, I didn't choose to get a cold. Get it? No? Thank you. What, you bored? And go bother the chairman or something. He'd love a captive audience for his terrible puns. Well, let's go together. What? I'll pass.
Yo.
Got some good news, so I was thinking of splurging and cooking up something nice. Yeah.
I owe you one.
Thanks, then let's get to it.
I'll handle the cooking. You just eat, and then take care of cleanup afterwards.
That sounds good to me.
This time, I want to try hot pot.
Oh!
I can probably handle that.
I would hope so. A hot pot is not overly difficult to make.
Hey, don't worry. We've got chicken, onions, carrots, mushrooms, tofu. Nothing strange here. Just regular ingredients.
Right, okay, where's the twist coming?
All right. Why don't you go get a plate and
You're gonna
sit
put,
tight.
like, protein powder in this thing?
I've been so busy lately. I've had to leave most of the boxing team activities to the junior members. But they actually won a team event at a rookie tournament. So, I thought I'd put together this little celebration for them.
Aw, that's the way, Captain.
Actually, I've been so occupied with my own problems that I haven't been able to coach them much. Still, they appreciate the work I do put in, so I'm proud of them. I gotta say though, hot pot is an interesting concept. Every ingredient adds its own flavor, and the end result is so great. It'd be nice if C's could mesh just as well, with a ragtag group of members.
Yeah, we got a lot of weirdos. I think they could.
I know everyone's wildly different from each other, but if there's anyone who can make it work,
I love him.
it's you. Anyway, when I'm out there on the front lines, I'll make sure I'm in a position to showcase my strengths. Boxing's taught me that once I get into the rhythm of battle, nothing can stop me. That's my fighting style. Don't forget it.
I would never. Buff boost. Increases the effects of buffs on self. It depends on how that functions, but they really did give him a wow. Okay. Yeah, no, they really did. They gave him a kit that centers around buffing himself. His theurgy charges by buffing himself, and his characteristic is about buffing himself, and his whole kit is about buffing himself, and then they gave him one buff, and it's a speed buff that doesn't terribly help him. Cool.
It's nice to be able to share a hot pot with someone else like this. Maybe I'll do this with the boxing team too, if I ever get a chance.
Super athlete meal.
All right. Now, how do we finish the broth? Maybe udon? Or rice porridge? Or how about some protein dumplings?
Yeah, there it goes. That's the Akihiko I know and love. He's so stupid. We love him for that.
Good morning.
It's been feeling a lot more like fall ever since the typhoon passed. I really hope the fighting ends before winter comes. I'm sure it will. I hope you're right. I say as if winter isn't coming in like a month and a half.
That's why.
A lot of people are concerned about stress these days. Believe it or not, crying can relieve stress. The tension is washed away with all those tears. Unlike money, there's no benefits to saving up your stress. When life gets rough, just cry it out. By the way, maybe you've already found this out already. We sometimes describe difficult situations as headaches, but headaches caused by stress are a real thing. feeling sleepy. No, we gotta get our intelligence up. Migraines are probably the most talked about of them all. Some people are more prone to getting them due to their personality and habits. There are also tension headaches. Those are really nasty too. Tension headaches are when the muscles of your head contract due to overloaded stress. That's why it's important that you never bottle your stress up. Come on, someday we'll get to rank 6, surely.
All right, everyone, settle down.
Oh, hi, Miss Toriumi. Funny bumping into you here. Hey, so I actually have to go. I have to call out of class for the foreseeable forever, for reasons undisclosed here.
So there won't be any more classes this afternoon.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean you're free to goof around. It's time to work together and put away the Culture Festival displays and decorations.
Why did we even get them out? Didn't the Culture Festival not happen?
I'll assign you into 3 groups for the cleanup. The first group will go to the science lab. Your leader will be...
Afternoon classes were canceled so we can clean up the Culture Festival displays.
Okay, let's hurry up and get this over with.
Hi, Kenji. It feels like it's been months since the last time I spent time with you.
Roger that.
Also, Kaz.
Got it.
I guess this was the photography club's display. Look, we got a pretty good picture of you.
Oh?
Whoa, the guy who took first looks pretty suntanned.
Oh, it's me on the podium. Oh, neat.
That's Hayase. He's crazy fast. Of course, it's only a matter of time until I take him down.
With what knee?
You've already got him beat in the sweaty department. I swear I've never seen you without your gym clothes. Then again, maybe you're the smart one here. Just walking around is enough to work up a sweat these days.
In September? I feel like it should be cooling off by September. The end of September, no less.
Hey, you guys can jabber all you want, but at least keep things moving. At this rate, we'll be here all day.
Sorry, Takeba. My bad.
Hey, what's got you all worked up?
Nothing. Jeez.
Oh,
Yo,
hey guys.
I brought the tools and stuff. The nail puller, tape, and what else was it?
If you require a drill, I have one installed.
Maybe we shouldn't use that one.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
That didn't phase them at all. Oh yeah, I have an installed drill in my left hand. Oh, okay, cool, great. That's convenient. Anyways, moving on. Like,
wait, hang on. Where's the bubble wrap, Iori?
Bubble wrap? Oh, right. We gotta pack stuff up. Good call, man. You should go get it. You know where they keep that stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but you're the one who forgot to grab it.
Oh, are you sure?
I'm pretty sure I saw that hot teacher in that room.
That place was like a paradise, you know? Some fine chicas there. It'd be just your type.
What? No way. You serious? Give me the details, man.
Oh boy.
Ahem. I believe I asked you all to hurry it up so we could go home.
Seriously, I'm with you, Kari, on this one.
Sorry, Yuka-tan. Man, talk about an ace directive.
More like A's defective.
I heard that. Jeez, how stupid can you be?
Junpei? More like stupid.
Oh, nah. Joke's dead. You killed it. Kenji, you ruined everything. Kenji.
I'm getting deja vu. Fine, I'll go to the supply room later.
Still, it's a real shame the Culture Festival fell through. There were so many cool events I was looking forward to, like the stand-up comedy duos.
Were you gonna participate?
They said it was gonna be open mic, so
Oh.
I was planning on trying it out.
Oh, thank God. We were saved.
Oh, really? With who?
You?
Wait, me? You gonna just push me on stage without even saying anything?
I'm just messing with you. It was actually Miyamoto.
Who, me? Hell
no.
Just another joke. Chill out, guys.
Your jokes are not landing here, my guy.
I'll do it with you then.
No. Not a chance.
What? You too? This could have been our ticket to stardom. You all suck.
Yeah, I don't think that's the issue here. I'm gonna start cleaning with no further issues. I guess.
Greetings.
That was quite a sizable typhoon. I had expected this school would have sustained some damage. However, I was mistaken. It must be durably constructed.
No.
Hey, how you feeling? Hope your cold hasn't come back. Yeah, I'm fine.
That's right.
That's more like it. You can't be sick, because we'll have a hard time without you. Kenji, Kaz, Yukari, Chihiro. Something I want to talk about. Can we meet after school? Yeah, sure. We'll go with Yukari.
Hey.
About the other day. Sorry, do you have some time right now? I'd like to talk things out with you.
Thanks.
Can we go to the rooftop?
Hey.
Hi.
Do you remember when those guys stole my wallet and
It was like 2 days
came
ago,
to
yeah?
help me?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry I got so mad at you. I was just frustrated. I don't like having to depend on other people. But it ended up happening anyway. You know, I couldn't say it at the time, but I'm actually glad you came. Maybe because it's you. So, I want to thank you properly. Thanks for your help back then. I really appreciate it.
Anytime.
It was honestly kind of cool.
What can I say? I am pretty cool. Ray seems relieved to have gotten that off her chest. We appear to be growing even closer.
Whew, that's a big weight off my shoulders. Let's head back down. The roof doesn't get a lot of foot traffic, so I think it's a good place to have serious conversations. But couples tend to sneak up here too. If anyone sees
Oh
us, the
no,
hammer mill
that
might
would
go
be
crazy
so
again.
tragic. Oh no, oh no.
Wouldn't that be annoying? You know.
Yeah, wouldn't that just, oh, that would just be so bad for me. Yeah, that would be awful. I wouldn't mind.
Really? I'm not sure if you're being brave or
What if I'm
oblivious.
both? What if I'm both?
Still, that's something special about you. You don't get bogged down by what other people think. Uh-oh. They say a sneeze means someone's talking about you. Well, it's probably nothing.
Probably just Junpei.
Let's head on home, yeah?
Oh, welcome back.
You notice that there have been more cases lately? I wish there was something I could do about it. There's nothing I can do, is there? At least not at this time. It's frustrating. We got 10 days. We'll get there.
Yo.
How you doing, dude? I'm okay. It's okay to be okay. After all, there are people who need my positive energy to cheer up. Yeah. What game is he playing? Kind of looks like Persona 4, actually. I can't tell if it actually is or not. I can't zoom in enough. Or is that the answer? It looks like it's Persona. I think it's Persona 4, which is very funny.
By the way,
The other day I saw Koro-chan eating something other than his usual dog food. Do you know who got it for him? Or maybe someone made it. He looks so happy eating it. I think I'll head to my room in a bit. Oh, don't mind me. I'm usually like this. Depressed? Yeah, okay.
Is that?
The news has been reporting that the number of the lost is increasing again. I wish we could receive some good news for once. Hey, yo, what's good, my dudes? How you doing? Griffy, Chris, good to see you guys.
Isn't that right?
Mitsuru is saying all that. We only have 3 shadows left. Once we defeat them, there won't be any more news about the Lost. We just have to give our best for a bit longer. How y'all doing? Going pretty good, not gonna lie. We got Koro's buff. We don't have Shinji's. We could go with that. We don't have Ken's. We don't have Junpei's. Let's go check on those planners. Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice that we don't have as much crap to deal with up here.
Been a rough week, but today's been great. That's what you like to hear. How's it going? I'm tired. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I'm very tired. I've also had just a long week. But doing all right. Chilling. Truly.
There aren't as many weeds or pests on the roof.
I'm excited for next week where I have nothing on my schedule at all and get to just fucking chill for the whole week. Sleep. That's on the list. That's on the list of things.
Still gotta watch out though. Some hungry asshole might try to help himself to the whole crop.
What? Shinji, what do you mean by that? Are you the hungry asshole? Hop on Discord with the boys? Hey, just let me know. Hit me up. I should have time. I'm down. I'm confused about what he means by this. Some hungry asshole might try to help himself to the whole crop. Are you saying that you're gonna just eat a full crop out of the ground? That wouldn't happen.
Yeah, normally. I mentioned I did a bit of gardening back at the orphanage, right?
Yeah.
If someone sneaks a bite, it's no big deal. But this one time, some older kid stole our whole crop.
Right.
Rocky got so pissed when that happened. He went after them all by himself. Even though they were twice as tall as he was. And then again, there's probably not much different from
Not terribly, no.
He hasn't changed at all. Compare that to these guys. Growing bigger every day.
I tended the plants with Aragaki.
This should be good for today.
Thanks to the care we put in, it looks like the plants will grow nicely.
You can head on back. I'll stay and finish up. You can thank me by helping out again sometime.
Say less. We do need to go to Tartarus at some point in the next few days to get those 2 people who fell in. But just me, or there are a lot of cases where people lose consciousness recently. Oh, there's the news again. Dude, the whole thing makes me uncomfortable. What if it starts happening all over the world? What? Hey, don't say stuff like that. Number of unconscious people seems to be rising again. We're just over a week away, so yeah. That would make sense.
This is questionable.
May I ask you something? Do you think anyone suspects that I am a robot? No. No way. No way. Understood. Then no adjustments are necessary. No, nobody expects a thing. Don't even worry about it. Go with Fuka. We can finally we have a chance to go with Fuka where something else doesn't conflict our schedules. Really? Then let's head to the courtyard again.
I made another bento.
Oh, thank you.
Would you mind trying some of it? I think this one should taste better.
Right, okay.
Or at the very least, it can't be any worse than last time, right?
Hopefully. Judging by appearances, it does look like she's improved. I'll give it a try.
Oh, a kitty cat!
Oh, look at him.
He's so cute. I did hear there were lots of strays around here. He's looking at the bento box. I wonder if he's hungry.
Fuka, don't feed that to the cat. Fuka?
Maybe I should give him some food. What do you think?
Fuka, I would not recommend. Sure.
Okay then.
I encourage you. Because it's what you want to hear. But also, Fuka, I would not recommend.
Wait. Is there anything in here cats can't eat? Well, if it's just flavored rice, it should be okay. Here you go, kitty. Huh? What happened?
Oh, Fuka.
Oh no, not again. It does have some bitterness, I guess. I thought I struck a good nutritional balance, though.
Oh,
I know
Fuka.
nutrition's not the issue here. Sorry. I can't let you eat this. I don't want to put you in the hospital.
Not again. Maybe we can use it in battle. Throw it at our enemies to make them disoriented.
No! I'll figure out what to do with this later. You can't eat it. I'm so hopeless. I just wanted to do something to help everyone outside of battle. There aren't many chances to eat homemade food when you live in the dorm. So I thought it would be nice to cook for everyone. But I'm sorry. I'll keep trying to get better, though.
I believe. Seems she's gotten closer. Yippee! Rank 2! Finally! Finally get to hang out with Fuka.
Kind of hard for me to say this, considering what just happened, but I hope you'll be willing to taste test my cooking again. I don't think I can do this alone. Can I count on you to help?
Or, hear me out, Fuka. We have a kitchen that we can work together at. And we could go to said kitchen. And I could help you learn to cook. So that you don't just keep feeding me toxic substances over and over again. Fuka or me and Haru? Listen, the difference is it's you know, middle of the game for me, not the last like 2 weeks of the game where I'm scrambling to try to get her past rank 3.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
That'll be me with Mitsuru because I'm never gonna get to rank 6 intelligence apparently.
I'm going to keep working at it. And someday, you'll tell me you like my cooking. Oh, I didn't realize it was so late. I need to buy more ingredients, so I should get going. I'll see you
That's
later.
good, Wyatt. How you doing? Wyatt, what is going on here? what exactly is happening here? What? I'm doing all right. How are you, Wyatt? Good to see you. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Nothing important. Since Chidori's getting better, I think I should start training again. These apathy freaks are popping up everywhere. I already asked how you were doing. You know what? I probably did. I got distracted. It's okay. Maybe I should try doing some personalized training regimen like Sonata-san. Chidori's getting better. I've got to be thinking. I've been thinking I should shoulder. That's a typo, right? Lock in, brother. Lock it in. That's definitely a typo, right? I think it should just be I should start working harder too. Now Griffin's in the way, but you know. Need a Persona 5 remake. Yeah, no, definitely remake you know, game that came out 3 years ago and looks the same as the current remake. Okay, maybe not the same, but you know. I can watch a movie with Ken. I can cook with Yukari. I'll kill some time. Go find Junpei or something. I only take orders in battle. Okay. We have 9 days left, and we have 2 people we need to save, right? Who's missing? We don't know. We don't know who these people are. But there's 2 people missing. Or we can go with Yukari or Ken. Gain more courage. No. Not right now. You dinner already? I'm thinking about making some food. Might get a new ability. Oh, well, shit. Okay, yeah. Let's go with Yukari. Awesome, let's go make something tasty. If possible, Shadow Side specifically. Fair enough. I've not played the Q games. I want to. It's on my list. But being the 3DS games that they are, I kind of missed the boat a little bit on those, and have not gone back to go play them.
I've heard it's healthy from leaf to core, so I'll go ahead and use the entire thing. As you can see, I've done my homework. Did you come prepared?
I didn't know what we were doing, so prepared for what?
You know, well, whatever.
Right.
I'll ask you again once you've eaten it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, less talking, more cooking. I'll handle the main dish with the cabbage. So how about you start on the rice and stuff?
Sounds good to me. I cook together with Yukari. The cream stew is mild and delicious. Cabbage cream stew.
I'm stuffed. We made short work of that, huh? So, how'd you like today's meal?
Yum!
Oh, you said it! You actually said yum!
Yeah, I remember that you complained about last time that I said it was delicious, but I didn't say yum, so, you know, and you were upset because you thought I was lying to you.
Finally! I just had to get you to say it today. Hey, remember what I said the very first time we cooked together?
No.
That I'd make it so delicious you couldn't help saying yum. I'm pretty stubborn, you know.
Oh, right. Okay.
But I gotta say, it's nice seeing the look on someone's face when they're eating something they really like. It's not just about proving myself. It's that I really wanted to see that smile again. What, did that make me sound selfless? Sorry, but this is still a two-way street. Next time, it's your turn to do something for me. Let's make some yummy memories together.
I don't know if I have the ability to cook. It's unclear if I have any ability to cook in this game. Reduces the SP cost of recovery skills to 24. I'm sorry. Oh, she's not just broken anymore. She's like broken. Oh my god.
Thanks for today. Let's do this again when you have some time.
She can just pop heal after heal with no remorse whatsoever.
Okay, let's hurry and get this cleaned up.
Let's get on.
Oh, not this guy. Take your seats and we'll begin. Hifumi yo imu na yo yakoto mochiro rane. Yeah, okay. This is math class normally, yes? Well, Mrs. Miyahara is feeling under the weather, so I'll be filling in for her. Since you came expecting a math lesson, I'll be talking about numerology. Numerology is a type of magic which sees the world through a system of numbers. Essentially, it's a practitioners convert matter into numbers. Numbers have power, so numerologists merely take advantage of that power. Some say the first true numerologist was Pythagoras. You may know him from the Pythagorean theorem, but he's also quite famous for practicing magic. He and his pupils researched what is now called Pythagoreanism. They realized that everything existing in this world corresponded to a number. They considered odd numbers masculine and even numbers feminine. They also worked towards verifying the existence of the holy and unholy numbers. The Pythagoreans focused on the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 because they add up to 10, which represents completion. They considered those first 4 numbers to be holy numbers, the most important of all. They're known as the Tetractys. Later, others would build up upon the numerical foundation that Pythagoreans laid. Even recently, studies have been performed on the relationship between names and numbers. Let's look at this a little closer, shall we? Let me teach you a method to interpret your own name's meaning. Be sure to include your middle name, too. Now, convert each letter of your name into a number. 1 for A, 2 for B, and so on. Then add the numbers together. If a letter has a 2-digit number like 14 for N, add the first 2 digits together to make a single digit. Keep adding these digits together until you're down to a final number between 1 and 9. Upon learning or reflecting on that digit's properties, you can conclude the characteristics of the person in question. Basically, your number represents your general personality. Say, are you still listening? I hope all this talk of numbers hasn't put you to sleep. Do a test to see if you're paying attention. Get it wrong and the numbers will haunt you even in your sleep.
Okay.
Okay. What do you want? What's the collective name for the 4 holy numbers? The tetracarn. It's the tetractys.
Correct.
That's correct. The actuarial tables predict a happy future for you. What's up, Scarlet? How are you? Seriously consider buying this game, but then realize you should wait until after this term is over because you will have time. That's fair. Yeah, it's a time sink of a game. That's for sure. It is a big time sink. A bit more on numerology and names before you're dismissed. Numerology can also be used to discern your inner self and public persona, your future, and so on. Convert the vowels in your name into numbers, then add them up. That reveals your inner self. Next, do the consonants in your name to get the persona you display in public. Using the same method on your birth date will calculate your future. Imagine sinking a lot of time into persona. Listen, I've sunk enough time in this. I do already. I'm at like 55, I think, hours of this on stream. It's quickly becoming one of my most streamed games of the last year, which is very funny. Leaf would never, yeah. Would never. We can go with Yukari today. We can go with Fuka today. Let's go with Fuka. Even out. This is the reason that I have no social links that are done, is because all of mine are like between 4 and 8. I'm about to head home. How about you? Actually, before we go with you, I do want to try something. And we might rewind. Oh, we have Yuko available as well. Music textbooks always have the faces of great musicians on the covers, but the boys in my class just like to scribble on them. Okay. Does this take time? Yippee! Intelligent! Still stupid, though. Okay, that does take time. Okay, good to know. Because I need to do that 3 times.
Oh, you're back.
For Elizabeth.
Excuse me.
It's difficult to determine a shadow's strength, particularly these last 3. It would be safer and more secure for us to prepare and train accordingly as well.
By the way,
I wonder what a day in Aragaki-senpai's life is like. If you don't see him at school, he doesn't seem like he would want to talk about it either. I know I'm just being nosy, but I can't help being curious. We can go with Akihiko, we can go with Junpei, we can go with Shinji. Let's go with Junpei.
Grow up big and strong, my precious luxurious veggies. Man, all this non-stop watering and weed pulling, not to mention the bugs, it's pretty monotonous. Kinda just feels like busy work.
Treat your garden like a lover. Think of Chidori.
What the hell does that even mean? But, maybe you have a point. You gotta treat it with love and kindness. Sound about right? Oh, wise one.
Oh my god.
Gotta say, we've got a long way to go before these veggies put us on Easy Street. Anyway, I'm the one who asked you to join me in the first place, so I gotta be the one to look after it. Da-da-da-da! The veggies have leveled up!
Oh my god. Extra care is paying off. I can harvest more.
Another day of hard, honest work. Let's head back downstairs.
Oh my gosh, no way, guys. Guess what? Happy birthday. Everyone say happy birthday to me right now. A few messages. Chihiro, Kazushi, BB. No, sorry, we got plans. It's a Sunday. Do 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 do. Hello. Yeah, what do you have? This exciting toy set. Not just a great gift for children, but also for adults who yearn to feel young again. First up, we have the RC Gita. Just try to resist the urge to move it around. I bet you can't. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But wait, there's more. We'll throw in this hyper metal robot too. Guess how many? 1. All this for just 19,800 yen. They were a big hit last week, so we're going to be selling them again this week.
Thanks, kid.
A juicy seasonal gift set. Don't miss it. That's it for today. We're all sold out. Sorry, folks. Okay. Cool. Naganaki Shrine. There he is. Hey, bud. Sorry, it's happening again. It'll pass soon, but would you mind staying with me until then?
Thank you. I got really into my reading last night and never went to sleep. I thought I'd be fine since I've lost sleep from the pain and anxiety of my illness before, but I suppose I'm not doing my health any favors like this.
Maybe you should go rest? I don't know about these ones. Maybe you should go rest.
Don't worry, I know my limits, and how to convince my body that it's still doing fine. I came out here because I was hoping to find you. I only have so much time left, you know. Do you remember when I said I like reading heartwarming stories? There are as many stories as there are stars in the sky, but I don't think any of them are what I'm looking for. The problem is, none of those stories were written for people like me. I guess I'm just being selfish. Just like I am with you, too. You're always coming to visit me, keeping me company.
I set aside my Sunday weekly for this purpose.
How much of your valuable time have you spent with me?
About 5 Sundays now.
I don't deserve it. You're spoiling me. That's why I like you so much, though.
Miki smiled weakly at me. I feel like our relationship is stronger now.
Sorry, I was in such a good mood that I overexerted myself. I'd like to see you again sometime.
Parted ways with Kamiki and headed back to the dorm.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey, Ken. Okay, we have a week left until everyone dies to the shadows. So we should probably go save them at some point. For a few more moons, we'll have eliminated them all. It's almost disappointing.
What a joke.
Damn, this is one hell of a mess. Not only are we fighting shadows, but now we gotta deal with Strega too. Better train up what you can. It'll be too late for regrets later on. We can go with Ken. Get him a new ability. We can go with Mitsuru. I don't understand why Amada-kun tends to keep to himself. Can't explain it well, but things that happen when you're little affect how you turn out, so... I'm still worried about Amada-kun. I think something has been bothering him these days. I just wish he'd open up to us about it. That's gonna be tough. He seems like the type who will always try to figure things out on his own. I'd be more than willing to help him, though. Especially if something's wrong.
I have a suggestion.
3 shadows remain.
All right.
Only 3 more. Our final battle isn't far off. Dude, why can't they all just come at once? Then we can just get it over with. You think you can beat them if you fight them all at once? Oh, well, obviously. Not.
Hey.
You know what they say about cornered animals, right? That they'll get desperate and fight back. Well, do you think the same thing is true for a shadow? Would its combat power amplify when under great pressure? I cannot say with the utmost certainty. We should be prepared for that possibility. I believe it would be more beneficial if we continue to build our strength. There is no such thing as being too strong, after all. Let's go with Ken. Get him his new ability. Get some more coffee.
So, I was hoping you could watch me as I make the coffee.
Okay. I'm watching you.
Thank you. Okay, the beans are freshly ground and accurately measured. The water is about 90 degrees Celsius. Now, the pace and angle when pouring the water are really important. All right, here I go. Pour slowly and quietly in a circular motion. You'll know you're doing it right when it starts smelling really good.
Uh-huh. Broke down to that cup like it was nothing. Holy shit.
It's not exactly what you'd get at a cafe, but I think I've improved a lot. There's so much to consider when making coffee. I get why people are so particular about it. I know it's a bit weird to ask at this point, but when do you feel like drinking coffee the most?
I don't really drink it much is the true answer for me, but we'll say when I'm taking a break.
Oh, I see. You know, that's the weird thing about the smell of coffee. Drinking it is supposed to wake us up, but the smell has a relaxing effect too.
Uh-huh.
When my mom was still alive, the house used to smell like this every morning. Now I realize how often she'd make coffee, even on days she was busy.
I'll let this kid meet Sojiro and Haru. By the time he would meet Sojiro, he would be, what would he be? He's 13, I think, in this. So he'd be 20 by the time he would meet Sojiro. He'd be a master.
I saw on TV the other day that smells and memories are linked closely together. The smell of coffee reminded me of my mom. But in your case, I wonder if it'll remind you of the times we spent here, drinking coffee together.
Let's do it more often then.
In that case, I'd better practice and treat you to another cup while we still have time. It'd be pretty sad if you only remembered my coffee being bitter. I feel like I haven't gotten into something like this for a long time. I also think it's helped me practice staying focused. Maybe it's because I've been doing it so diligently.
Model looks so satisfied as he talks about coffee. Spirit Refresh. Automatically recovers 5 SP each turn in battle. Ooh, okay.
Anyways, thanks a lot. Because of you, I think I understand the taste of coffee a little better now. Oh, there's still more if you want a refill.
Excellent coffee.
I've gotten a lot better now, so I hope you'll join me again sometime. Next time, it's gonna be even better than it was today.
Bet. Hi, Pharos. What you got to tell me? There's 1 week until another ordeal.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you this, but there's only one more week until the full moon.
Right.
I hope nothing serious happens.
I hope not either.
But you can never be sure what the future holds.
You're not giving me a lot of confidence that nothing serious is gonna happen.
Be careful out there. Remember, I'm always looking out for you. We'll meet again.
Someone in my neighborhood actually has those symptoms.
Yeah, exactly.
There are a few in mine too. I'm scared. They said on TV that it's not contagious, but I feel like it's a sign of the end of the world. Don't joke like that. The end of the world? There's no way. Imagine the world ending in a Persona game. That would never happen.
And we arrive at the solution.
We already covered how any number divided by 0 is undefined, right? Oh, we didn't? Was that the other class? Well, either way, I just told you, so let's move on. For this next one, the answer is 8. Aw, don't you think 8 is such a darling number? Almost as precious as 9's little curly tail. Oh, but the 2! Not enough people appreciate the 2 is awesome. Aren't numbers just downright adorable? I'm feeling sleepy. No, I have to stay awake. We have to get our intelligence. But then, on the other hand, things like the square root sign and the sigma have much more refined feel to them. Pair them together with numbers and you can express anything in the world. Hearts, minds, emotions. Everything boils down to synapses firing in the brain. Which means they can be expressed by numbers. Isn't it amazing what those cute little digits can do? Force myself to stay awake. Great. Maybe someday we'll be rank 6 intelligence and we can sleep. Maybe someday. I guess.
I have a suggestion.
The moon will soon be full again. Have you made adequate preparations for the battle? If you feel unprepared, you should go to the mall immediately after school. Fuka, Yukari. Yukari here! Thanks for letting me know. Hi, Fuka. Okay then, let's go. Now that I think about it, even though we live in the same dorm, we've never gone back together before.
Remember how I told you I wanted to improve my cooking?
I do remember. It was like 3 days ago.
Well, I've been trying a lot since then, but I can never seem to get the taste right. I still don't have a feel for how much salt to add. How do you do it?
Vibe. Just dump it. Just fucking. Whatever works, you know? A dash or two.
A dash? Oh, so speed is important? Oh, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
No, Fuka.
I've just been pouring it in slowly. I'll try and remember that.
Oh, she's so stupid. Bless her little heart.
To tell you the truth, I was actually hoping I could make something you'd really like. But I don't think I'll be able to do that for a while. Maybe cooking just isn't for me.
Nah, you got this. I believe in you.
Oh, sorry. I know you're just trying to help me, and all I'm doing is being negative.
She's so stupid. She's just like you. For real. She's a cook. She's bad at it, but she's a cook and she's stupid. It's pretty much you. Practice makes perfect.
That's true. I've only just started. I can't let this keep me down. Maybe I should try taking notes. That might help me figure out what I'm doing wrong. I actually have quite a lot of trouble staying optimistic about things. In my head, I always imagine something going horribly wrong. That's why sometimes I feel like giving up when I'm cooking. But you know, when I'm around you or the rest of the team, I never think like that.
Wow.
You've all given me so much confidence in myself. So, I'm really thankful to be a member of SEAS. That's why I want to show you all my gratitude.
Luca's starting to trust me. Seems you've gone closer. Rank 3, yippee!
Maybe I should watch one of those cooking shows on TV. Actually, might be a little too advanced for me. The library might have some books for beginners, though.
Not a bad idea.
But in that case, I can't really read while cooking. I wouldn't want to get the pages dirty.
Just take a picture or like a photocopy of the pages and then bring those in the kitchen with you. I'll help you find something.
Oh, you don't mind? But I don't know. If we're looking for books, that means we'd need to go to the bookstore.
Yeah, and the bookstore is 3 feet to our left, so you know.
It's not a big deal or anything, but I don't really like going to bookstores.
Okay, I'll go in the bookstore and you just wait.
Oh my gosh, when did it get so late? I have to go. The hairdryer burned out, so I was planning on fixing it.
Right.
But I was hoping to get it done before Yukari-chan and the others got back. Sorry, do you mind if we up the pace on the way back?
Sure. Okay.
Oh, you're back.
Just one more week. I'm thinking if the crops I planted on the rooftop should be ready to harvest by now. Yippee! Oof! Look at all that. Mini soul spinach, meaty soul spinach. We'll plant buff potato sprouts. We'll be ready on 10/10. Okay. Do you have any more recordings? I think that I remember there being multiple in September. 9/20/2009 at 1:13:41. Oh, hey. Hi. This is my room. I can see myself sleeping in bed.
Door unlocked in 92 seconds. My time has improved.
Speedrunner.
Surface body temperature reads 36.2 degrees Celsius. No fever. At this rate, he should make a full recovery by morning. The pillow I prepared in the freezer will not be necessary.
Oh boy.
I cannot stay too long, or Yukari-san will reprimand me again.
My ass was sick. I was dying. I slept for 2 days straight.
There are still 4 hours and 12 minutes until sunrise. I should be safe as long as I sneak out before morning. I will keep watch over him for a little longer.
I love her. She's so silly. Seems to be a new recording. Okay. 9/25. Okay, only a couple days ago. At 0:45:12. Ah, yes. Mitsuru's room. You can tell. Looks like Mitsuru's room.
I've gotten used to walking around without my bathrobe lately. Not a very good habit to fall into.
Especially when you know there are cameras set up in every room.
Well, I'm away from home, so it's no big deal, I suppose.
I feel like that's something you should, you know, considering you're the one who knows the cameras are there in every room, I feel like you should, you know, be aware of... Oh, well, it's whatever.
This fashion magazine. I thought I'd take a look after I saw Takeba purchasing one. 256 snazzy looks to knock the socks off of your BFFs.
Oh, what a look.
Get her look. Sweet but glam do's and don'ts. What is this even saying? I don't follow fashion myself. I usually wear whatever the family stylist selects for me.
Mm-hmm. Of course you do.
The cutest essentials. Well, I would be open to trying this pink one. Not that it would suit me anyway. I'm no Takeba. I should remember there's a difference between what appeals to me and what I can actually pull off.
Girl, we all know you could pull off literally anything. Shut the hell up.
Not good. I'm going to catch a cold. I should turn in. I have to be up early again tomorrow. Now, which pajamas shall I wear tonight?
Recording ends here. Great. I'm glad that it does. I feel like things would not go very well for me in my livelihood if that continued and I continued watching it. Okay. So we can go with Shinji for the plants, we can go with Mitsuru for cooking, we can go with Koromaru for watching videos, or we can go to Tartarus. I think we go to Tartarus. I think let's go to Tartarus. Let's get everyone situated, ready for the operation. We have 2 people to rescue. May I have a moment of your time? Tartarus appears to have a special little guest today. Oh, perfect. Floor 128. Okay.
Marvelous.
Sick. Thank you for the hydrate. You hit me at the perfect time. 2 more twilight fragments. How may I assist you? About missing persons. 133 and 135. Okay. So there's a cat on 128 and a person is on 133 to 135.
Let's do the best we can.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
I didn't bring the right team with me today, but that's okay. I don't expect us to be here for very long, truth be told. If we can get a clock today, that would be really handy. I don't know what our chances are of that actually, but a clock would be awful handy. Help even up some of our levels again.
Stairs located.
Cat located.
Okay, great.
Black quartz.
Oh, it's a rare shadow. Don't let it get
Oh.
away.
You got my ass. Here with the strike. Right. Let's go, Akiko.
We cannot pass this up. Put you down.
Maximum HP will increase by 10. Yeah, sure.
Just like we planned.
We beat them to a pulp, as they say.
As they say. Stairs are right there. The cat is right here. Hello, cat.
What?
Take it back to the entrance.
Welcome back.
I'm also gonna change up my party here. I'm gonna bring Shinji and Mitsuru. The gang back together.
Okay, let's head out. Enemy spotted. Let's take him down.
three of us teaming up again certainly brings back memories.
Tell me about it. Those days, we just kept fighting and fighting day after day.
All I remember is Aki getting too worked up and rushing into danger on his own.
Oh.
That sounds about right. So this is where the stairs were.
Yeah, we were. I was just waiting for your conversation to finish.
There's no room for carelessness. Stay alert.
Some enemies aren't a good matchup for me.
We got the first move.
Okay.
I'll go with you on that.
Sick.
Excellent.
What to do? Nice one, leader. Let's do it. Now
Give me money, I suppose.
There's a
5,000 yen.
Hey, you got a chest here.
Valor charm.
Stairs. Time to move on.
Up we go.
We're doing well. Let's keep up the pace.
The bottom floor they said was 133, so we should get a number on where exactly we're trying to get to.
You know, this place kind of resembles
Soon.
an ancient ruin.
So goddamn bright everywhere you look. They had to fire the interior decorator.
So true, Shinji.
Shadow, what will you do?
Whoever did the interior decoration on this place really did drop the ball. I agree. Monad door. Okay. Cool.
My classmates are all studying for college entrance exams, but this is higher priority.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't stop the shadows, there won't be a college, so, you know. I feel like your entrance exams will be fine.
Found a shadow. Look over there. That'll take us to the next floor.
So where's the door? Over there where the chest is. Cool. Oh no, the door's right here.
What's the plan? We go.
We're going in, baby.
Yes. Let's do it.
I think you're weak to wind.
All right, let's do this.
Yep. Let's go, Akihiko. Punch the stone arm. Fuck him up. Normally this is a no-brainer, but I don't feel like we're gonna be here long enough to make use of the double pick. Amrita shower. I'll get rid of growth 3, I think, for that. I do have heat riser on others as well. That's handy to have. All ailments besides KO for all allies. I don't really have anything I want to give up though. What do you get at 60 or whatever your next skill is? That's what I will decide off of. What's your next skill? Is it worth me keeping growth for? Let's see. Itayu, you get Magirudine. Okay, yeah, we can get rid of growth then, and Magarula will go away.
Oh, hello.
When that one comes up. That's fine. Thick. You have the next 2 floors mapped out, even though we had this one almost all the way mapped out anyways, but there's a treasure chest over here.
Look over there. Treasure chest, huh?
A lot of treasure chests over here.
There's a treasure chest.
No locked chest though, which is unfortunate. 2 quality nihil ores. Balm of life, nice. I don't want to just burn, you know, a shitload of fragments on like the clock for nothing. But the more like, you know, 1, 2, 3 fragment chests we can get, the better our chances for 135, perfect.
Time to get a move on.
Getting a clock, which would help us get all our levels.
There's a shadow.
Treasure chest, huh? Watch out for that one.
Fury to ice. Perfect.
This will do the trick. And just a
Excuse me.
You hit a weakness. Great work as always, Kirito-san.
Bonk.
You struck a weakness.
I can read you like a book.
You dodged it. Thanks, our leader.
That's how you do it.
Let's go, Shinji. Misuru and Shinji level up. Neuro Slash. Medium slash damage to all foes, low chance of confuse. Medium slash damage to one foe, low chance of fear. Yeah.
Come on, let's get going. That'll take us to the next one.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
This is 134. Our person that we're missing is
We've come so
135.
far and still have a clear line of communication. Yamagishi is truly incredible.
Yeah, that'll let us focus on the battle, too. Keep up the good work.
We got company. What's the plan?
Run past them and pretend they don't exist.
There's a shadow.
Shadow up ahead. Taking it out.
This is a weird floor. Layout of this one is strange. Another treasure room. No locked chests.
It's one.
Malice Magatama. Cool.
That chest looks like it's worth opening.
Empowering Sutra.
It's one of those chests.
Topaz.
There's a shadow.
Yeah, I don't care. Unbothered. Oh, it's a student. Oh no. I hope it's not the Mitsuru superfan.
Oh, there's a
Anybody but them. There's a locked chest on this floor.
We have so many new teammates now.
Hey.
Alright now. No clock. Down the stairs.
Time to move on up.
No, we can't move on up yet. This is a tiny floor. Holy shit.
Yes.
Okay, where's the other one?
Good. I can sense.
137, 142.
Very well.
You got it. Don't even stress. Use the teleporter, jump to 136. I could have gone to 135 and then just gone up the stairs, but... There's a monad door. There's also a locked chest. Enchanted earrings.
There's a shadow.
There's been shadows this whole time. We're fine. They're literally too afraid of me to even attack. Twilight fragment.
It's one damn fancy chut.
I have light. No,
We found the stairs. Let's go.
no clock still. Sad day.
We opening this door?
Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Let's get this done. Let's get this over with.
Fire. Eat right. Okay.
We've already scanned this one.
One step at a time. Let's go!
I'm ready.
What?
We can do this.
Alrighty. There we go. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-dum-bum-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. All of your current persona will have their stats increased by 1. Your maximum SP will increase by 7.
Oh, hello.
Quality nihil ore. Black quartz. Cool. This will give us a scan of the next 2 floors. I've already done, I think, everything on this floor. Yeah. Go to the next floor.
Stay on your toes, man.
Why did you have to say it like that, Leaf? Why did you have to describe it that way? Was it necessary?
We got a musclehead, a non-combatant, and a dog. You got your work cut out for you, leader.
Yeah. I really do. We won't even mention the fact that we also have a robot. Another door. Right in front.
Let's
Reach strike, I think. If I remember correctly. This one should be pretty free. Yeah.
What to do?
Level of your currently equipped persona will increase by 1. All out attack damage will increase. Yeah, fuck it. Level up Komokuten. Enduring Soul.
Oh, hello.
Yes, genetic material. Is it extremely necessary? If you say so. If you insist. Go to the next floor. There's our person. We should know exactly where they are.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
There's a locked treasure chest.
Sure wasn't as rowdy back when it was just us three.
Well, a lot has changed. For Akihiko and me, and for you as well.
Clock, 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 clock.
Hey.
No clock. There's another treasure chest over here.
Company. What's the plan?
The same as the plan's been the whole time.
Treasure chest, huh?
Revival bead.
Someone's there.
Man in pain.
Yes.
Just like me for real. Okay. I think we're all set.
Good
That was everybody, right? Yep.
Very well.
Well, we saved everybody. Let's go home. We didn't get a clock, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. Also, with our team as large as it is, I would like it if we could maybe do 3 clock charges. Like, the clock is really nice. It's a huge quality of life thing, but also, like, you get 1 easily, and then all the other ones come really difficult. I don't have a magician persona, but
Thanks.
let's go somewhere we can talk in private. Let's go see what you want.
Hey, man. Sorry to make you come here. Damn it.
Are you in trouble?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Dude, it's bad. I don't know what to do. The school found out about Emiri and me. It blew up and became this huge
Oh
thing.
no. That's tragic.
And now she's being transferred to a school in Kyushu. What do I do?
You figure it out yourself. Fucking, I don't know. You guys talk about it.
Yeah, man, that's what I thought. Except I feel like she's totally avoiding me. It's like all of a sudden she won't answer my calls or reply to my texts.
I wonder why.
She's probably only doing this to protect me, but still. I can't just sit here and do nothing. I gotta think of a plan, and I'm gonna need your help.
Uh-huh. Yeah, for sure, man. Rank 8, yippee!
I'll see you soon. Thanks for hearing me out today.
Yeah, man, anytime. I'm happy to sit here and have your words kind of just bounce off me expressionlessly.
Welcome back.
You been able to figure out why the machine in the command room is malfunctioning? Oh, it's malfunctioning again? Oh, damn. Is there another recording? No, there's not. Fuka, you lied to me. Fuka, how could you? Fuka wants to tend the plant. Shinji wants to cook. Only 3 shadows left. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but as the day gets closer, I still get nervous. Dude, get this. My relationship with Shori was practically sabotaged. Sabotaged, I say. Okay, let's hear it. You know how I've been spending all my time at the hospital lately? Well, there's this old lady who works reception there. And dude, she's so annoying. She's always asking me all these embarrassing questions. And whenever she doesn't, she just tells me to leave because it's past visiting hours. Totally wasting all the time I could have spent with Chidori. Man, if only she'd just leave me alone. So true, Junpei.
Salut.
I realize this is after the fact, but are you at all disappointed that the Culture Festival was cancelled? Of course.
I see.
A great number of people have voiced their disappointment regarding the cancellation. However, the decision is final. We will not be having the festival this year.
I apologize.
You'll have to wait until next year to attend the Culture Festival. Assassin note site, veggie farming sim. Let's get the assassin site note. The art of human demolition. Looks like it's about the body's weak points. Right. Humans know their own weaknesses, and here, we'll explain how to take full advantage of them. I glance at the smiling mascot character, Demoliton, and continue to read. I winced a bit, but managed to learn new approaches to hit where it hurts. I feel like I've learned how to examine the enemy before making the first strike. Ambush has been enhanced. When attacking the enemy from behind, you will now inflict distress without fail. Ooh, okay, that's really good. That's really good.
Morning.
Sup, dude? How you doing? Pretty good. Nice, same here. I'm doing fantastic. Let's own that next shadow and make the world a better place, yeah? It's almost the 4th. We're almost there. We can go with Yukari. We can go with Bunkichi. We can go with Hidetoshi. We can go with Koromaru. We can go with BB Yuko. I feel like my answer's pretty clear to me. Hey, Yukari. Got all lunch cleaning up for the archery team, so I didn't have time to eat anything. Maybe I'll stop by with Katsu or something on the way home. Thanks. It feels kind of weird eating by myself, you know? Alright, let's keep going. What should I order?
This is so good. I made the right choice getting the same thing as you.
What can I say?
I was just thinking, doesn't eating fish remind you of the ocean?
I suppose so.
It's a part of our lives, I guess, living along the coast. We even spent our vacation at the beach.
Maybe that's it. Maybe I just don't live by the ocean.
Hey, after all this is over, why don't we go somewhere different? Like the mountains.
I like the mountains. I think I'm gonna head to bed and attempt to sleep. Take care, Sudoku. Hope you get some good
We
rest.
could have lunch outdoors. Maybe we'll even see a deer or something. What do you think?
The temptation to click this button, but the knowledge to probably say that's not a good idea.
Right? All right then. I'll make us lunch. I might not look like it, but I'm a pretty good cook. Just
We've cooked together several times.
It's been a while since we've talked about going on vacation. I'm excited just thinking about it. I'm not sure how to say this, but when I'm with you, I don't feel so alone. I mean, I do have friends, and there's everybody at the dorm, but usually I feel like the real me is trapped somewhere deep down inside. Maybe it's because of my family situation, but I'm always pushing people away without realizing it. Lately, though, that's been changing.
Yippee!
I think it's thanks to you.
Curry's trusting me. Seems we've gone closer. Is that 7? 7.
Well, that was delicious. It's getting late.
Something about the Lover's Arcana. I don't know what it is, but they get me every time. It was on in 5. It was Rise in 4, and I love Yukari. It's something about them.
Shall we head out?
RC Gita Hyper Robot.
I see you're back.
There's a good chance our next operation is going to be on Sunday. We've got 4 days to prep, so don't slack, alright? By the way, I started a new workout routine last week, specifically geared for combat. Hey, he ain't the only one starving for a fight. Just say the word, you can count on me. Appreciate the enthusiasm, but don't get yourself so worked up. Hi, Fuka. What you doing? Someone else is using the computer right now. Okay, well, I want to talk to Fuka. Not the computer. The third years are all really amazing. Even though we're about to have our final battle with the shadows, they don't look nervous at all. A final battle? I don't know about all that. Or maybe they're just trying to be considerate and hiding their nerves. That makes them even more reliable.
By the way,
Our next operation will be on October 4th. Let's do our best.
What a joke.
Mr. Chairman sure is carefree. Told him not to overestimate my ability. Don't rely on me too much. Look at Koromaru. He's munching away. He hungry.
Oh, that reminds me.
The moon will be full again soon. The end is near, but don't get nervous. Just prepare for victory.
Yes.
I'm very confident about our next operation. I have no doubt we'll be victorious. You can leave the next operation to me. I got your back. It's totally cool with me, so no worries. No links at Polonia. What's the arcade game of the day? You're the answer. Perfect. Happy October, everyone! We've made it. Oh, we're back to winter uniforms.
By the way,
Finally, time to break out the winter coats. They're so heavy, my shoulders hurt. At least I found my lapel pin in the pocket, and it'd haunt me forever if I couldn't find it.
you know what?
My shoulders have been hurting lately too. Plus, I'm hearing weird voices. Also, I've been getting headaches.
No way.
You're haunted? Excellent. I finally get to tell you all about Masamune Date today. I was so excited last night I couldn't sleep a wink. Let's not waste any more time. We'll start with Date's early life. In 1567, at Yonezawa Castle. No, I have to stay up. I have to stay up. If you were already rank 6, we'd be fine. This became his rise to power. Huh? We're out of time? Let's see your next class. Composition? Miss Toriumi, eh? I'm sure she'll forgive me if I bring her some cake. Let's continue with... I feel like I've poured so many resources into my intelligence at this point. I might just be trapped as stupid forever. Yukari, Kenji, Kazushi, Chihiro. Fuck it. Hello.
Hey.
You heading home? I was thinking of going out somewhere first. Oh, you're coming too? Great. Let's head to Polonium Mall then. There are a few things I wanted to check out.
Hey, mind if I go take a look at some earrings? I've been wanting new ones, but I can never seem to make up my mind. They're all so cute, you know? There are too many options to choose from. I know. Why don't you come help me pick something out?
All right. I'm too lazy.
Yeah! Come on then, let's go. Hang on, I've got a call. Hello? Uh-huh. What? You're not doing it? You want my approval first? Wait, it's fine. You can do what you want to do. What I mean is, if that's what you really want, then go ahead. It's your choice, so you really don't have to worry about me. Well, then, you want to meet up and talk about it? Hey, stop it. Don't cry. I'll try to call you more too, okay? All right. Bye. That was my mom. She apologized for everything that's happened. She said she won't get remarried until I'm okay with it. That's weird. I can't stop shaking for some reason. Can we sit for a while?
Sat with Yukari until she calmed down.
Sorry about all that. I'm fine now. I was just surprised. I never expected this to happen. I told her we could meet up and talk about her remarriage. I'm nervous just thinking about it.
Do you want to see her?
I don't exactly want to. I'm afraid it might get ugly. We haven't seen each other in almost 10 years, so it's not going to be easy. I'm afraid I'll get angry and say something cruel. Still, I think it's time I try talking to her. I've been saying how wrong it is to run away, so I need to live up to my own advice. You know, I think she still misses my dad deep down, but she couldn't handle it. Losing someone so important to her. That's why she needed someone to lean on. I think losing someone you love and having to go on alone is really, really hard.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure
would
how
say
to
so.
explain, but I realized this after being with you.
Interesting.
I think being in love means giving a part of yourself away. And that's a wonderful thing. I mean, just in general, you know?
Yeah, of course. Yukari's feelings are coming out. Feels like we've grown closer. Rank 8, yippee!
The earrings can wait till next time. Let's just go home for today.
Okay. Let's have to go back to the dorm.
You're back.
I have a suggestion.
In order to be victorious, it would be best to start strategizing now. Though we may be strong, as they say, we should not be complacent. We will be looking to you so that everyone can fight to the best of our abilities.
Hey.
How do you think Strega's going to come at us this time? Because Chidori's on my side now, so they don't have anyone to give him support. They're like a jockstrap without a protective cup. Why is that the of all the analogies you could have made? We have midterms this month. There should be a rule against exams being too soon after an operation. It's about time for a full moon. Are you ready? You bet.
Yes.
Hope we'll be able to win again this time. Koromaru or Shinji?
By the way,
Wonder how many shadows there will be this time. I think at most, I think it'll be 2. But if it's 2 powerful ones, it's going to be a tough fight. How about we spend our last bit of time before that on some strength training? Luca's upstairs, I assume, to read.
By the way,
Luca will get a new ability, and we raise our academics. Let's do this. Yippee, more academics. Still not 6, but we're getting there.
oh, did you finish reading the final volume?
Yeah, what can I say?
You looked really focused when you were reading. I can definitely relate. When I got to the end, I was so absorbed that I almost forgot to breathe.
Okay, well, don't forget to breathe, but like, you know, get absorbed, but like within reason.
What an amazing series. I didn't notice at first, but at some point I could suddenly just make sense of the complex setting. Isn't it weird how that works?
It's like magic. I skipped all the complicated parts.
Oh, it really does feel that way, doesn't it?
I'm stupid.
They do say advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Maybe going in with that mindset makes sci-fi a little less intimidating. I wish I could communicate as well as the author does in this book. Remember when I told you how I recommended a book to a classmate, but she turned me down?
Uh-huh.
Knowing what to say is important, but how you say it is difficult too. Before I could tell her how fascinating the story is, I was telling her how many volumes it was and that it's written by a famous author. I don't think that kind of information's going to persuade someone.
I feel like
to
it
read.
depends on who you're talking to. You know, some people would be like super down if it's like, oh yeah, this author. Like, they'd be like, oh yeah, great, I'm interested. Other people, it's like, they wouldn't care at all about that, and they care more about the plot. Like, it'll go better next time.
Thanks. Maybe I'll try talking to her again. I think I'll have a lot of good things to say about this book now. It always feels nice when someone shows an interest in something you like. Even just sharing our opinions like this is so refreshing. That's why I really want to work on how I communicate things. Because if I do that, then maybe I'll get more fun moments like this.
Luca's nodding with determination. Weakness buffer. Reduces damage taken when an ally's weakness is struck. Oh! Yeah, that's pretty good, huh?
Time. We should probably call it a night. I have some other books I can recommend, if you'd like.
Sure.
Thank you. I hope you'll like those too. Well then, good night.
Do 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 do. Kaz, Kenji, Fuka, Koromaru. Fuka time! If you're leaving now, would you like to go shopping with me?
Thank you. Sorry for taking so long. I wanted to buy something to use as a secret ingredient in my cooking.
Okay.
But I couldn't really decide, and I wasn't sure how to use whatever I'd buy.
Start with the basics first.
Yes, you're right. I haven't even gotten the basics down yet. I'm getting way too ahead of myself. First thing I need to do is find something that I can actually make. I'm still having a lot of trouble getting things right, but I can't give up yet. Not after all your support. And it's not like I have any other redeeming qualities.
That's false. You're a hard worker.
No, that's not true at all. I mean, everyone in our group works hard. And beyond that, I think you all have something that you're good at. not me. I mean, I guess I'm sort of good with machines, but
Good with machines and also, like, you know, invaluable to our group thanks to your special skills.
it's honestly not worth mentioning. Really, I just happen to like them. It's not exactly something worth boasting about. When I was little, I remember my dad's hobby was to work on complicated sound equipment. He'd fix things like broken amplifiers or headphones that only played sound on one side. I've always loved watching him work on those things. That's probably why I was drawn to working with machines in the first place. But I don't think that would be very useful to repay everyone's kindness. Plus,
maybe.
if we do ever have any technical needs, like when we're fighting, then we've always got the Kirijo group support.
Yeah, but sometimes you can't, like, call in and be like, hey, you know, Kirijo group.
It's not a very feminine.
We need, you know, new I don't know, headsets. Like, sometimes you just need to, like, repair that shit. That's not true.
Later. Thank you. I sure seem to talk about my problems a lot, huh?
That's what everyone does whenever I talk with them. It's fine.
I wonder
I'm
why
used to it.
it's so easy talking to you. I feel like you stop me from being so negative all the time. Actually, I might owe a lot to you in that sense.
Rank 4 with Fuka. Nice.
Oh, it's getting late. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk so much. Let's go home.
Just one day left. One final day.
Welcome back.
I mean, we got tonight and then one day. There's only 3 shadows left. We're almost done. Let's do our best, okay? Watch movie with Ken. Already October. It's just summer not too long ago. It feels like time passes by really quickly. Maybe because we've been busy with all the full moons and shadows. Ever since I moved into the dorm, everything seems to be happening all at once. This next battle is going to be difficult. If you're not prepared, defeat is probable. Not necessary to be hyper vigilant at all times, but do be proactive in your preparations. The hell. Calm as always, I see. Got nerves of steel, even though it's almost the full moon. It's pretty nerve-wracking. That's so. Anyway, we just gotta beat 3 more shadows and then we're in the clear. Just hang on till then. We can make food with Yukari or go with Ken. Or... I'm gonna do veggie farming sim. Plants don't need love, they need appropriate amounts of nutrients and water. Knowledgeable seeming dwarf is giving a lecture on agriculture. Follow their instructions and adjust the water and fertilizer. I was able to produce a bountiful harvest. I feel like I learned something intangible about growing vegetables. The amount of crops you can harvest from the rooftop planters has increased. Sick.
Excuse me.
The lost seem to be growing in number. Why's that?
Yes.
I cannot explain why, but our highest priority should be eliminating the remaining shadows. The moon will be full tomorrow. I shall accompany you in battle.
Pay close attention, all right?
Hope you haven't forgotten. Exams start in 10 days, a week from Tuesday. If this class does poorly, it'll fall on my head, so you'd better study hard. With that out of the way, let's start on page 125. The younger generation is creating its own language in cyberspace. I must admit, I'm no computer nerd, but I've become quite the master of elite speak you're all so fond of lately. Yeah, you have! Yeah, no, I'm aware. No, you're quite proficient at that and also grooming children. But both simultaneously. I actually find it rather useful.
That reminds me.
I've even cooked up some of my own internet slang. Not only is it totally unreadable, it's impossible to tell whether it's gibberish or actual information. With my flair for cryptology, I could be a spy for the government. Well, yeah, why not? We can go with Yukari, Chihiro, Fuka. I think we're gonna go to the shrine today, though. We need to go 3 times for Elizabeth. Maiko's here. Oh. Oh. I don't actually have to do it today. Cool. I did it once. It said to do it 3 times. I only did it once. That's perfect. Okay, so we could go with Maiko. We're 4 with Fuka. We are 8 with Maiko. 8 with Yukari. 7 with the old couple. 7 with Chihiro. Let's go with Maiko. I'm gonna go get a hanged persona though. I can also go turn this into Elizabeth while I'm getting that.
Marva, I'm looking. Are you accepting a wonderful?
What's this? I sense a strange power emanating from that bill. I thought it would have taken months and years to complete the 100 shrine visits. Or perhaps it is not the number of visits that matters, but the strength of your wish. Please take this as your reward. Lime Slimware. Find me a beautiful tile.
I may say so.
I'd like a small piece with an intricate design of a peacock. This piece seems to bring people either unbridled joy or sorrow, and can sometimes be a matter of life or death. What would it mean to have such a piece in my hands? I'd love to find out. Okay.
Very well then. Good
Oh,
day.
do I still have? I'd like you to escort me once more. This time, could you take me to this Gekukan high school you attend?
Waiting, then.
If you have the time after school, please come by and let me know. Okay. I do want to do that, but we're not going to do it today. Let me release Lilum. We'll go get... I think we'll get Inugami as the lowest ranked hanged I have. And then we'll go with Maiko.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Let me go ahead and register everybody.
Compendium all registered. Please take a look.
Sun, Moon, Star, Tower, Devil, Temperance, Death, Hanged. Inugami.
You'll be summoning this
Long
one?
dog.
Very well. It's yours.
Give me the old long dog.
Finished? We look.
Ba-doop-ba-doop-boop.
Hey, I know. Let's get some takoyaki.
Okay. Let's do it.
Oh, I think I know now.
What do you know?
I'm gonna go with Mom. She can't cook or clean or do anything on her own.
Okay.
So I'm gonna be there to help her.
Aw.
I think Dad's gonna be okay by himself. He can get along fine without me.
She really did take the kids. Damn.
So, Mom and I are gonna move away soon. Hey, even if I'm gone, we'll still be friends, right?
Of course we will. Friends forever. I might forget about you. I might, you know, shit. No promises. I might just forget that you exist. Sorry. Okay. Walker seems very fine to me. We're growing closer. Rank 9! Yippee!
I gotta get ready to move. So I have to go home now. See you later, okay?
Okay. Bye, Maiko. Sweet, sweet child.
Welcome back.
Hi, how was your day? The full moon's almost here. We'll be on standby in the dorms tomorrow like usual, so make sure everything's ready today. Good luck. I know everyone's gonna do great. I can cook with Shinji. I can do plants with Junpei. I can watch a movie with Aki. I think we should cook with Shinji tonight. I feel like I have to cook with Shinji tonight. Let me go get my rewards for...
Come to think of it.
Adventure didn't make any sense. Magic Talisman.
Now you're here. I'm counting.
100,000 yen. Woo.
What do you want to sell? Sure, it's a deal. You finished? Be seeing you.
Do, 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 do. Hey, Shinji. I bought too much. Guess I'll freeze him. What are you standing around for? Teach me how to cook. Why should I? Don't think I'll go easy on you.
We're having Katsudan again. Got it? Don't give me that look. We got a lot of pork because it was cheap.
Fair.
Part of me thinks starting with fried food might be hard, but the basics are pretty much the same. You're a real oddball, you know that? Asking me to teach you how to cook. Why do you want to learn so much?
Care about my health.
You do, huh? Well, good a reason as any. I was taught how to cook by someone else too, so when I see someone who wants to learn, I can kinda relate. Alright, that's enough rambling. Let's get started. You're gonna do it this time. So first, get the meat ready.
You got it.
When you're frying something, stick a chopstick in the oil and check for little bubbles. Wait, you're putting on too much heat. The meat ain't gonna taste good if it's too tough. Pretty good job, considering it was your first try.
What can I say?
You've still got room for improvement, though. Especially in the way you handle the knife and fryer. But if you're serious about it, then just practice.
Exquisite Katsudan.
Alright, let's clean up. You ain't done cooking until everything's put away, so don't slack off.
Alright. Happy October 4th. Happy birthday, Miss Soup. There'll be a full moon tonight. A powerful shadow will appear. Just stay home today and conserve my strength.
I've located the target. It's in the Iwatodai Station Plaza.
This will be the 10th shadow. Only a few left. Let's just worry about them one at a time.
If they actually appear one at a time, we don't need two at once again.
Well, I got bad news for you, Kari.
John, how did you know?
I got bad news for you.
It's two of them.
What? Seriously? Me and my big mouth.
Where's Shinji?
He notified me that he'll be joining us later. He didn't say why, though.
Figures. He's always played by his own rules.
Can we wait a little longer?
I'm sure it's fine. He said he's coming later, right?
Yeah, that's already better than a certain someone who didn't show last time.
Hey, come on, that wasn't my fault. Don't worry, I'm totally ready to go this time. See?
True.
Wait. Amada-kun isn't here either. Hey, Junpei, go get him. That'll be your punishment for last time.
Punishment? What is this, kindergarten? Well, I guess it is a kid's bedtime.
All right, we've got 2 targets this time. Let's get moving. We'll decide on our team formation once we get there.
Cool.
Let's go.
Look, there they are. This is the route we always take to school. We've got to protect it.
It's almost like they're waiting for us.
By the way, where's Amada?
He wasn't in his room, so who knows?
Yeah, because that was so fine last time when you weren't here.
Shinji's late too.
We should probably hurry. I think they're about to make their move.
Then we have no choice. Let's organize a team from the members we have here. Once we're set, we'll move in.
Okay. Give me... Yukari, I guess Koromaru.
Hey!
Come on, let's get going. Hey, so Shinji. Never mind, this is no time to get distracted. You ready?
Yes.
Koromaru-san is very motivated.
Excuse me.
My social communication data suggests the phrase, "What's the holdup?" may be relevant. What's the holdup?
Yes.
Are you ready? I wonder what Amada and Aragaki-san are up to. Wait, you think this is their way of saying they're leaving things in my capable hands? Dude. No. We don't have the luxury to fuss over those who aren't even present. Concentrate on the enemy in front of us. Okay.
Yes.
Let's go. This is fortune and strength, I think, right?
Standing by to provide support. Be careful out there.
Hopefully we got this. This is a weird fight, if I remember it.
The Fortune Arcana is gone? The Strength Arcana must have done something. There's no way to attack it now. You'll have to defeat the Strength Arcana first.
Okay.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
No, wrong one. Do 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 ah do ah. Do 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 ah. Do 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 ah do ah. Do 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 ah.
Something useful. I'll show you my power. Palladium.
Okay, well, that's fine. There we go, Korra.
What's this? Roulette?
Yippee! Roulette! Attack for all enemies increased. That's fine.
That roulette. It looks like wherever it stops, it will activate a different effect. Red hurts and blue helps. Allies and enemies. It doesn't discriminate. Where it stops is random, and I can't predict it. But either way,
Gambling?
be careful.
In my Persona game? What is this, Persona 5? Alright. One-shot kill. Knock this bitch. Bonk. Oh, I guess it's still down, too. That's okay.
Down but not out, as they say. What is
Do
optimal?
do do ah do ah. Do 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 ah. What's up, Oaksy? Knock it again, baby. Yeah, we're gonna need some luck. We're gambling. As it turns out, that's exactly what we need. What's up, Caleb? How are you? I have beaten the Splatoon DLC. I have completed the Spire with all weapons. I did my first run on Wednesday and then did a bunch off stream. I have now completed it with all weapons. It's really good. Icon only did 9 so far. I took a lot of time on it. Can't get anyone to crit except for myself. It's terribly unfortunate. We beat it on our, what, 4th attempt? We did an attempt with the... Oh, wow. That's not good. We did an attempt with the splatter shot, one with the dualies, one with the splatana, and then beat it with the bow. I greatly enjoyed it, and I'm gonna be definitely playing more of it as well. I think it's so good. I'm very pleased with it. Ooh, rude of them to crit. Okay, not another 300 damage to everyone, please, because we lose off of that.
I'm hit. Strength Arcana possesses immense fortitude.
Huge.
Amazing.
More story, but can't complain about what they did. Yeah, I would have liked there to be a little bit more like lore in there, but I'm not upset with what was there.
I have to do this. Thank you very much. Persona, engage.
Doing pretty good damage here. Yes, perfect timing for that. Yeah, I really enjoyed third wheeling in the elevator with Pearl and Marina. Tried fighting the Reaper to see what's the sauce. Never again. Yeah, Reaper is like a super end game. I would not recommend. Okay. That's the end of you. Strength is down. Fortune is vulnerable.
Strength has been defeated. I can detect Fortune's presence again. Your attack should land now.
Honestly, just hit it again. No crit on that one. Unfortunate.
In this situation,
Okay, we're doing a lot of damage here.
all right, here I go.
Let's go, Yukari. Big damage. Let's go, Aegis. Barely hanging on to life here.
I have a really bad feeling about this blood board.
What do you mean? It looks very good and safe to me. Oh, well, nothing happened. All right, great.
Huh? Nothing's happening?
Well, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Am I right? Goodbye. Insta heal. No, I'm good.
Good job, everyone.
Oh man, it's exhausting dealing with two of them at once.
Hey, but that means we only have one left.
The two claiming to be Strega did not interfere this time.
It's probably because we have their navigator. They can't outmaneuver us now. Anyway, I'm glad everything went well. Still, Aragaki-senpai never showed, huh? Amada-kun, too.
The chairman doesn't seem to be too concerned. He's already headed home.
Yamagishi, do you know where they are?
Sorry, I haven't been able to locate them yet.
Let's return to the dorm for the time being. Akihiko, are you listening?
Today is October 4th, right?
Sure is.
Yeah, that's right.
Go on back without me. I'm gonna go look for them.
Wait, senpai! I wonder what's up.
Akihiko.
You came, just like we agreed. Do you know why I called you here? You probably have an idea, since you skipped the operation for it. 2 years ago today, on October 4th, that was the day my mom died here. They called it a car accident, but it wasn't. I saw the whole thing. I saw my mom get killed. You murdered her! Since then, not one good thing has happened. Just being alive.
Ken, you're
is
doing the
torture.
brooding thing again.
And all I get from people is sympathy, no matter where I go. What's the point of living like this? I've even thought about killing myself. But I wouldn't be able to face Mom like that. That's why I vowed to live until I found her killer. You! I once heard you say you wanted to forget what you did on that day. So, when I realized it was a full moon today, I knew I had to confront you. Today, Mom is with me. I'll make you remember what you did to her. I'm gonna kill you!
Do it.
Oh, no one else is back yet?
Man, I wonder why Sonata-san was acting so weird. Something about the date? What's so special about October 4th?
October 4th. That's right. I was so focused on the operation that I didn't realize it. Today is the anniversary of the day Amada's mother was killed.
She was killed?
Yamagishi, I need you to locate Aragaki and Amada immediately. There's a good chance they'll be together. Akihiko must have already realized it.
I'm on it.
What's going on?
Public records say that Amada's mother was killed in an accident, but in truth, we were the ones responsible for her death.
What?
It happened 2 years ago, when we were hunting down a shadow that appeared in the city. Aragaki had only just awakened his persona, and he lost control of it for a moment. We'd been so focused on the shadow, we hadn't accounted for any civilians in the area. Unfortunately, there was one casualty. It was Amada's mother.
No way.
And that's why he hung it up. He didn't want to do it anymore.
Wait, so to Amada-kun, Aragaki senpai is...
I should have considered this when Amada volunteered to join us. It's possible that he...
I found them! They're at Tatsumi Port Island. They're together. And I'm picking up someone else, too.
Is it Akihiko?
Wait. This is... No! It's Strega!
Hey, is
Time
that
to
a
go.
problem?
This couldn't be worse.
Senpai! Come on! We gotta follow her! Right?
Do it. I won't stop you. You're right. I just wanted to forget. That's why I left everyone behind. And tried to use the drugs to suppress my power. But nothing I did could erase the memory. No matter what I do, I always end up back here. It's my fault. This is what I deserve. But I gotta give you a warning.
A warning?
You take my life, and you're going to end up just like me. You better be prepared for that.
What? Are you begging for your life?
Even if all you have now is hatred, one day you'll regret it.
Shut up! That's bullshit!
I must say, I agree.
Oh boy.
These are not his sins to bear. That is the nature of revenge. Is it not permissible to kill those who are themselves killers?
That's right.
Ken, you're literally agreeing with fucking the dude who thinks he's Jesus. Like, let's get a grip here a little bit.
What do you want?
Losing one of our own has posed a slight challenge for us, but we cannot simply turn a blind eye to all the trouble you've caused.
You bastard.
Fear not. This life is but a stepping stone. I shall deliver unto you both salvation.
What'd you say?
My, protecting your would-be murderer? Oh, but that's right. Whether or not to this boy's revenge, you are fated to die regardless.
What does he mean?
You've been taking those suppressants for some time now. You don't have much longer.
That's bullshit!
Listen to your body. The signs have already begun.
What are you talking about? You're just going to die? No matter what?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Even if I don't do anything? That's not fair! This is all I've been living for! What was even the point then?
I don't feel like that's the takeaway we should be taking from this, Ken, but yeah.
The cause of death is hardly of importance. Besides, the breath of life is faint in you as well, child. You were planning to join him once the deed was done, were you not?
Ken is, I believe, 13. He's a grade schooler.
Mata. What?
This may be a bit ill-timed, but no matter. It matters not whose life I take first. You're both destined to perish anyway.
Shut the fuck up!
Hello, Shinji.
No.
Now then, with what life you have left, answer me this. There is a navigator in your ranks similar to Chidori, is there not? You've been killing the shadows we wish to protect with startling efficiency before we can even arrive. Tell me, Which one of you is it? If you don't expedite your answer, then this will hurt you more than it hurts me. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue, or are you ready to talk?
There's no one.
Wait! It's me.
Really now?
It's the truth. That's the only reason they let me join, even though I'm a kid.
What are you?
Quiet. I wasn't talking to you.
It doesn't matter now. I'll never have my revenge. I don't have any reason to live. What's the point in fighting anymore?
I see.
And buddy,
So, you're
you're a little backwards here.
What a beautiful end to your life. Very well. You shall go first. Rest peacefully.
Mom.
Just what was that for? What reason could you possibly have to risk your life for this child?
Shinji!
Your companions? How very unfortunate. The fun had just begun.
Shinji! Hang in there!
Aragaki! Senpai!
Aragaki-san!
What's with the long face?
Man, why y'all gotta do me like this?
Exactly what you wanted. It's all right. Hold on to that anger. Let it be your strength. You've still got your whole life ahead of you, don't you, kid? From now on, you're gonna have to live for yourself.
But I can't.
Okay. Look after him.
I will.
This is how it should be.
Damn. Oh. Fuck. I knew it was coming. I was like bracing myself for it, and I still was not prepared for that. Fuck. Oh. That one hurts. After many hard-fought battles, our team has suffered their first casualty. A dear friend's life has been claimed in a manner I never could have imagined. That night, no one spoke a word. Then the next day, Fuck. Yesterday was a terrible tragedy. Is it still gonna say the fucking... I feel like we could call out. I feel like we can afford, you know? I feel like it's reasonable at this point to call out. I feel like... Take a day, please. Guys. I feel like it is perfectly okay to be like, hey, you know... a good friend of ours just died in our arms last night. I'm gonna take a day, you know? Maybe a couple. I feel like there would be no issue. You literally have, like, the head of the school board as the head of your organization. He could call in and be like, yeah, guys, like, send this through. No questions asked, send this through. Like, they're dealing with a lot right now.
No words can express the sense of loss we feel as a result of this terrible tragedy. He had a lifetime of opportunity ahead of him. As educators, we are to blame for ignoring his silent calls for help. We tragically lost him to senseless violence before we had a chance to help him realize his true potential. Forgive us. Forgive us for our negligence.
The principal continues with his eulogy.
He just never stops talking. I'd never even heard of any Aragaki. Had you?
I heard he never came to school. Probably just some punk. I just want to get home. I gotta study for my mock exam.
Hey, you guys know who this Aragaki is? Wait, you're not even in the same year. No way you'd know him then. Anyways, it's crazy that stuff like this really happens, huh? Huh? What the hell's your problem?
I'll kick both your ass. Trust me.
Shut up. Huh? What are you getting up for?
I said shut the hell up!
Iori, sit down.
Damn it!
Just ignore them, Junpei. Hey, have you seen Sanada-senpai today?
Nope.
He was absent this morning. I wonder if he'll show up at all. I hope he's okay.
Do you have a moment?
Oh, sure.
When you get back today, let's meet in the lounge.
Okie doke.
I think you all know the reason.
I mean, yeah, I can assume.
Right.
I don't expect you to have your thoughts in order. I'm not even sure what to do myself. All right. I'll see you then.
So it's about Amada, huh? Well, this'll be a fun meeting.
Yeah.
Hey. At the usual for lunch. I was wondering what ramen tastes like when you skip class. It's surprisingly good. You could have invited me at least once, you know. Come on, say something.
Ooh, I'm not gonna make it through this. I'm not gonna make it through this.
Why do you have to be like that? Always going off without saying a word. Put yourself in my shoes for a change. You think it's the other way around? Yeah, you're right. I was always the one running off on my own. I was too obsessed with getting stronger, ever since I lost Miki. That's all I've cared about. I thought if I was strong enough, I could protect anyone, but I was wrong. And now you're gone too. God, it's like the world is laughing at me. I knew what we were getting into. I knew we were putting our lives on the line. But I was so focused on fighting that I didn't see anything else. It doesn't matter how strong I was. Look what happened! I know, Shinji. Crying won't change anything, right? I don't need you to tell me that. In the end, I can't run away from who I am. I've had enough of this.
Resolution is not as hard as awaken to a new persona. Playduces has given rise to Caesar. Severe electric damage to one foe. Exhausting resistance, high chance of shock. Great! Cool, thanks for that. Really appreciate it.
Rest easy, Shinji. You just watch from there with me. I've still got a job to do. Isn't that right?
You all know the reason we're gathered
I
here.
will say, that's one thing that I really miss from 3 and 4 and 5 that I wish they would go back to. I don't have any issue with like complete the social link, get your persona, you know, leveled up, but I really like the way that 3 does it through the story. It makes it a lot more impactful. Akihiko getting his new persona via the story, I think, is a lot more impactful than like, oh, I got him to rank 10, yippee! You know? As with anybody else. Okay. I'm kind of sad that they went away from it, and I would like them to go back to it, because this is it is really impactful when, and some of the other persona elevations are like really impactful.
We need to discuss how to deal with Amada. I've already consulted the chairman. I guess bring him here.
Understood. It's my fault. I knew it was strange when Aragaki-senpai told me he'd be late, but I didn't say anything. If I'd only listened to my intuition, this wouldn't have happened.
Not on you.
That's right. It's not your fault. If there's anyone who should have realized, it's me.
I should have been taking things more seriously, too. I knew this wasn't a game. But I never thought it'd end up like this.
There's no point dwelling on the past. Shinji's last words were, "This is how it should be." He was a hell of a guy. He even faced death with a smile. So, from this day forward, I'll face things head on too.
This is how it should be. Huh.
Senpai.
Reporting in. Amada-san is not in his room.
He's not?
Evidence indicates that his window has been pried open.
Amada-kun! Wait, Fuka, where are you going? Do you even know where to look? Well, no, but we can't just let him go off on his own, right?
Yeah, I feel like leaving a small child out in the wilderness would probably not be the best idea, but I think you're going to bed. Take care, Scarlet. I appreciate you for hanging out.
You're just gonna run around without a clue? You'll never find him like that. Maybe not, but we have to try.
It's the city, not the wilderness. Still, I mean, we just lost somebody yesterday to an assailant who we know is still in the area. Like, you know, Maybe not let a 13-year-old go on his own.
Amada-kun has nowhere else to go. I know exactly how that feels.
Go to bed at some point. You have a tour at 12. Also, yeah, you should go to sleep at some point. Leave.
He's right, Fuka. But you of all people should understand Yukari-chan. Fuka. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, you almost got shot yesterday. You literally nearly got shot yesterday. Shinji sacrificed himself to keep you alive, and you're gonna go out there again and just wander the streets? Like, bestie. Come on.
Give him some time. Dragging him back won't change how he feels. And we can't protect him forever.
See, I don't hate Ken. I like Ken with some exceptions, but there are some strong exceptions.
It's his choice. He's the only one who can decide how to live his life. All choose our own paths.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? How are we feeling tonight? I'm just kind of to address any highly metaphysical issues. As I am unlikely to be of any assistance, I will stand by until further notice. The worst. I lost my temper and snapped at Yukari-chan. It's just, I'm really worried about Amada-kun. I know what it feels like not having a place to belong.
Right.
He's right. Amada must decide what's best for himself. A difficult decision for such a young person to make, but I'm not worried. Amada has a strong will. I'm confident he'll make the right choice.
Hey, so...
Nowhere else to go, huh? Luca's right. I should have considered his feelings. Wonder what he's doing now. He's not in his room. Chose the non-romance option with Makoto. They're a strong person. Allegedly. Oh, Junpei's right here. Oh, I miss you. So, Aragaki-san was such a badass, all the way to the very end. You know, when he was all like, "This is how it should be." His last words just keep echoing in my head. Do you think yours would leave that kind of impact too? Yours could too.
Yeah.
No way, dude. I don't have the balls to say something like that. Alright. Let's take Koromaru for a walk.
As usual, I observe no abnormalities in Koromaru-san's physical or mental status today. May I have a moment of your time? There is something I wish to speak with you about. I was performing research today and came across a puzzling piece of information.
What's up?
It stated that there is a specific time of year in which one can reunite with the dead. It appears as though spirits return to the living realm during this time. What exactly does this mean? Once an organism comes to the end of its lifespan, its physical body will deteriorate. But does this mean that there is a spirit that exists independent of one's physical form? And in that case, would that mean that Aragaki-san is...
Oh.
Welcome back,
Or I guess.
Koromaru-san. What are you holding? It appears as though he wishes us to have it. Why don't we gratefully accept? Now, let's return to the dorm, shall we?
Class is ended for today. Oh, well, yippee! We're back to school! We're just back, you know? Yeah, yippee! I love going to school with my friends. We have new requests. From Elizabeth. Hello. How's it going with the student council? I mean, any special moments with Kirijo-senpai? I mean, do you participate in the student council activities? I do. Why couldn't it be me? Literally, you could just go join the student council.
Good day. Are you accepting a request? Most excellent. Now, let's hear your
Endure. Neat. Bring me a glasses wipe. This is an object that makes you feel infinitely more intelligent when you don them. There's even an item that helps maintain the pristine quality of the lenses. I believe it was called a glasses wipe. While such an item is not necessary for those who do not wear glasses, it is essential for those who must. I would love to get my hands on this glasses wipe. Would you bring me one? Sure. I'd like to try sushi. Ever since the time we went around sampling your world's culinary delights, my interest in food has been piqued. In my quest for more delicacies, I came across information about this sushi. I learned that it is eaten during festivities and often offered to the gods at their shrines. This sushi must taste divine, especially if it is the god's favorite food. I wish to have a bite myself.
By all means.
7th old document. Like to visit Gekukan High. Perfect.
Very well.
Let's go with Koromaru. Koromaru's people watching yet again today.
That voice. It really is you, Koromaru. I'm so glad to see you again. I was worried when I didn't see you at the shrine gate, but here you are, looking better than ever. And so well dressed. You've become quite the fashionista.
You see those wings? He's slaying.
Oh, good boy. Good boy. Do you live in the store? Is Koromaru in good hands here?
We all take care of him.
Oh, I thought so. By we, I take it you mean everyone in this dorm looks after him. I'm glad you found somewhere you can relax again. Oh, don't you worry about a thing. You can live wherever you choose. I have to get going. Take care now, the both of you.
Oh, hi, I guess.
What's wrong, Koromaru-san? I see. So that's what's troubling you. That woman from earlier, she offered to take Koromaru-san in at one point. But at the time, he still had unfinished business to attend to. Of course, she is unaware of that fact. So in all likelihood, she may still carry the wrong impression about Koromaru-san's feelings.
Koromaru looks regretful. We have to make things right with that lady.
Oh, it's you again.
Hi.
Is everything all right?
What should I tell her about Koromaru's true feelings? Can't talk about Personas of the Dark Hour.
Would this happen to be about Koromaru?
Yeah, sort of.
Don't worry about it. I know Koromaru has his own reasons and his own problems. He's such a sweet, smart boy, isn't he? So really, I'm all right. But thank you for being so thoughtful. The way he's by your side, he looks just like he did when he was with the priest. He must really trust you from the bottom of his heart. Please, take good care of Koromaru.
Don't worry, we are. I'll look after him till the end. Oh. Hey, bud.
Koromaru really has been blessed with so many wonderful friends. Be sure to cherish them, okay? You'll be at that dorm from now on, won't you? Well, I'll have to visit you again then.
The strong sense of trust coming from Koromaru. Took an overjoyed Koromaru on a walk before going home. The agility of Koromaru's persona Cerberus was raised by 3. Ooh. He's already so fast.
Hello, this is Elizabeth speaking.
Hi, Elizabeth.
I'm calling in regard to a recent change in Tartarus. It seems that a path that had been blocked off is now open. I thought it prudent to inform you.
Sick.
Well then, I wish you a safe journey.
Elizabeth said that a previously blocked path is now open. I should go check it out the next time I go to Tartarus.
You look half dead. What are you doing out here?
When Mom died, protecting me, no one believed the truth. To this day, they say she died in an accident that didn't even happen. That's why I wanted to clear the record. I thought that's what she would have wanted. Maybe then she'd finally be at peace. They said he died in some violent crime, right? No one knows the truth. Just like with Mom. And now, I'm going to be left behind. Just like always.
The dead are never coming back. You have to accept that. But you still have your life. I'm not here to bring you back. You can waste away here if that's what you want. But if you still have the will to fight, then come back and stand on your own 2 feet.
I know that. I've known it all along. I've just been lying to myself. I needed something to hate. To keep myself going. I couldn't face the thought of being alone. But that's exactly what happened. All this time, I've just been running away. All right. I'm not running away. I'm not running away anymore. I swear it. Aragaki-san, I'll see this through to the end.
I forgot you looked like that, I'm not gonna lie. Halanemi. Revives party, fully restores allies' HP, and will reflect 1/8. Oh! Oh my! Holy. Okay. He was already a pretty decent healer, as is. That's a crazy skill. That is a insane skill.
Goodbye, Mom.
Revive all, fully heal all, and put up a magical barrier for 1 attack is... Oh.
It's already been a day.
Yes, it has.
So, where's Sonata-san?
He said to leave Amada-kun alone, but maybe we should look for him.
What do you think?
Give him time.
So you agree with Akihiko, then?
I can't just sit here. I'm going right now to...
Amada-kun!
Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried.
You were?
Amada, will you continue to fight?
Yes. I'm done running away.
That okay with you?
Positive.
It's all right. We can trust him. Jeez, don't scare us like that, okay?
All right. I'll go and talk to the chairman. You should get some rest.
Okay.
Hey, not bad.
He's a lot tougher than I thought, dude. I'd be so depressed for like 3 whole days, maybe, or even a week. But he bounced back in just 1 day? Jeez, that kid's nuts. Oh, true, Junpei.
Right.
Couldn't I praise to him accurately? He has the soul of a warrior. I admire his fortitude.
Is that...
I have confirmed the metamorphosis of 2 personas, most likely the result of Aragaki-san's death. There may be more changes to come, so I will remain in observation mode.
I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened. You could have told me no, but you let me come back. I'll make it up to everyone, to Aragaki-san too. I'm so glad Amada-kun came back. He really was prepared to get revenge and leave this world. It's tragic for a kid to think that way. I'm glad he's back too. Honestly, I was so worried. What if something terrible happened and he never came back?
Hi.
Lots happened today, so why don't we pass up a trip to Tartarus? We can get back to business tomorrow, with Amada-kun too, of course. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's go with Tanaka. Caught your attention, did I? Well, you better listen carefully then.
Today's lesson is called The Smaller the Dog, the Louder the Bark. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to see through people's bathing suits at the beach?
A little weird, but okay. Not possible.
Oops, I forgot. You're underage.
Sure am.
If you're curious, go ask one of your friends. Just not a girl, unless you want to get slapped.
Right.
Our company ran an ad in adult magazines proposing a special filter for digital cameras.
Right.
Simply attach it to your camera and voila! Start peeping! Undress them with your camera's eye, it says. It's been selling like hotcakes. In fact, it's our #1 seller.
Right.
Unfortunately, customers have been complaining that it doesn't work.
For the best.
I told my staff to just ignore them. Nowhere does it guarantee that you'll be able to see anything. What are they gonna do? Tell everyone their creepy plan didn't work out?
Honestly, though,
sorry, Bucko.
I'm just listen. He's a shady businessman. He does a lot of shitty things, but like this one, I'm kind of in favor of because, like, you know, I feel like people who are buying that product should be punished for it. I feel like, you know, this group of people that are buying a product like that absolutely deserve this as the outcome. So like, I'm kind of in favor of this one.
By the way, try to cut back on the donuts and cupcakes, huh? I have an idea for an ad campaign. Women would go crazy over a handsome young man in swim trunks.
Right.
He'd be perfect for the job.
At ring 4. Yeah.
Have you been keeping your promise? You didn't tell anyone, did you? If you go back on your word, I'll edit your face into the most obscene material I can find.
Bro's threatened to Photoshop me into a shitty meme. Not like this. Hi, Pharos.
Hi. It's pretty chilly tonight. Can you believe it's already autumn? It'll be winter before you know it. You look a little tired. Did something happen?
You could say that. Lost a friend.
Oh, you did? In this world, people die every day. Until recently, I thought that was as normal as the changing of the seasons. But now, I understand why people mourn. For the first time, I have a friend.
Yeah.
Lately, I've been remembering things more clearly. You recall the end I've spoken of? Some were calling it the fall as well. It's drawing closer each night. Can't you feel it? You and I are like kindred spirits. So, I wonder why I'm the only one who remembers. This is tearing me up. Could it be that you can't accept me for who I am?
Pharos is smiling sadly. I sense a bond between Pharos and me. That 8?
I'm sorry if I wasn't making any sense today. Maybe it's the change of season.
That's probably it, yeah.
But we're still friends. That will never change. Well, I'll be going for now. Good night.
What's up, Wordworth? How are you? Bye-bye, Pharos. See you later, buddy. Yeah, she does that.
Hey!
Midterms start next Tuesday. If you say yes, it's the biggest social link boost for her, too. Sine, cosine, tangent.
Yep.
Sine, cosine, tangent. Sine, cosmos, cosmos, sin, tan, sin, cos, sin, sin. What the heck? What kind of spell are you chanting? Her spell is wrong. Exams start next Tuesday, but I'd rather spend the time doing experiments. The precise moment when two chemical agents come into contact. It's so exciting. I'm sure you all find experiments more exciting than just sitting in a chair listening to me talk, right? Well, complaining about it won't get anything done. Won't do anything for us. All right, here's a question to get you motivated. How about you, Kodak? Your turn to answer my question today. Which hormone is the one in your brain that provides a sense of achievement? It's dopamine.
Correct.
I was like, I'm pretty sure. Well, I could be stupid. It's an important hormone that gives us a sense of accomplishment, joy, and excitement, which drives us to motivate us. However, if it's overproduced repeatedly, it can lead to addiction. It's the same as other chemicals and experiments, and many things in life. Moderation is key. Make sure you remember that. Close with Koromaru, right? I wonder what he's doing outside the dorm entrance. Please ask him the next time you see him. So it's exam week, so nobody from school is here. We can go with Elizabeth, first and foremost.
Good day. I've been waiting for you.
Let's go, Elizabeth.
Gekukan High School, a place of learning. It's
Correct.
quite a shock that such a warm, illustrious institution transforms into Tartarus every night.
Yeah, a little weird.
Oh dear.
What a conundrum. Everyone here seems to have a predetermined form of attire.
Yeah.
I fear I may draw too much attention.
It's okay. You stand out no matter where we
I
go.
hope this won't pose a problem.
Don't worry.
Understood. I shall heed your advice. Now then, excuse me as I make myself less conspicuous.
Oh. I was like, oh, she's gonna change into a school uniform. No, she's just gonna hide behind me.
If I stay hidden from view this way, then there won't be a problem, correct?
Oh, Elizabeth.
Now then, the school awaits. This is a pleasant surprise. To think there would be a bastion of commerce within a house of academia. Could you please wait here for a moment? There's something I've been curious about for a while. Excuse me, I would like to purchase a school lunch.
Sorry?
They only sell bread.
I would have liked a taste of this school lunch, as it is a rare delicacy only served in select facilities.
It's okay, you're not missing much.
But I've heard that having bread for lunch is also part of the school experience. That will be a fine substitute.
The shopkeeper's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Now that I've checked that off the list, let us proceed. As for where I'd like to go next, shall we visit your homeroom? So this is a classroom. With so many students and desks, it's no wonder there's hardly any space between them. But perhaps... Ah, I see. It's designed this way to foster a sense of harmony between classmates.
Something like that.
I can sense the care put into this arrangement.
Sure. We'll go with that.
This observation post must be what they call a podium. Interesting. When I stand here, I do feel a longing to teach well up inside of me.
Uh-huh.
First question. Between diet food and super diet food, which is more delicious?
Super diet food, obviously. It's got super in the name.
That is correct. As a reward for giving the correct answer, you shall receive your own portion of super diet food.
Yippee!
Is this what a classroom lecture is like? The quizzical stares are beginning to make me feel unsettled. Let us carry on with the tour.
I love how there are just students around all over that are just like, yeah, this is fine. This is normal.
Did they seal him inside the plaster to prevent him from escaping?
Yeah, he's trapped there for all eternity.
I imagine it would be quite cramped in there. Truth be told, I do have some experience playing the piano.
Oh, are you the one who plays the piano in the Velvet Room?
Are you familiar with the Velvet song?
Let me hear it.
Velvet, oh velvet, my master has a long nose. All together now.
No, hold on. No, let her play it. Keep going. No, keep going. Keep it going. That was beautiful. Oh my god. Damn. Okay, girl. I see you.
Experiencing student life for myself.
I like how that was not even like anything. They just had that animation. They were just like, yeah, fuck it. There was no scene of us going to the track or anything. It just fucking... She just... we have her doing a high jump. There you go. Anyway. Student life for myself today has broadened my perspective of your
I
world.
very much appreciate it if you could accompany me again sometime.
Uh-huh.
To be honest, I don't entirely understand my own motives for coming here, but as I walked closely with you, how should I express this? I felt very fulfilled. Perhaps what I really wanted to learn at school was more about you.
Aww.
But why? In any case, discovering the reason for this desire will surely serve as an intriguing diversion. Let us return now. Thank you once again for acting as my guide.
Return to the Velvet Room with Elizabeth.
Here are my requests. Wonderful.
Yippee!
No. Well,
Sorcerer's Mark.
very well.
Some of that, yeah. She goes yeehaw on you. I'm Mamoru. Oh, but I'm kind of in a hurry today, so let's just get some takoyaki.
All right, just one more.
What are you doing?
Oh, eating fast is kind of my thing. If you don't eat quick at my place, my siblings will pick everything clean. Don't worry, your food's safe. Take your time. Oh, that was almost
Not gonna romance her, but the urge is there. I did it for when I was 100%ing. She's cute. I like her.
Oh, get this. I've got a race lined up at another school. A coach from a big-time athletic college is gonna be there.
Ooh.
Know what that means? If I do well enough, I might score a scholarship.
Hey, that would be huge. That'd be amazing.
Right? Then I could keep doing track. I'd pretty much given up on going to college. We just don't have that kind of money. And I heard about the chance for a scholarship, so you can imagine why I jumped on it, right? I'm gonna win this thing and go to college. And maybe this will make my mom's life a little easier.
I bet it would.
Yeah, you're right. It's a relief to hear you say that. I always think how different things would be if my dad were still alive. If he were here, my siblings wouldn't have to worry about whether or not they'd get to eat every day. Well, complaining won't accomplish anything. I'm just gonna have to try for that scholarship.
I see it seriously think about his future. Open up to me about his problems. I feel like we're getting closer. That's 3, 4, 4. Yippee!
Shoot! The sale on chicken is almost over, and it's my turn to cook tonight. I'll catch you later.
See you later, bud.
I see you're back.
Hello. You need something to wipe off your glasses. I do have something, of course, but you don't wear glasses. Well, if you're looking over a wipe for eyeglasses, I have a spare. Hang on. Here, it looks dingy, but it works very well, in fact. Oh, and here's a little something extra. Gag glasses. Oh, great. It's a secret item I was thinking of surprising Haragaki-kun with the next time I see him. Surely this will get the stoic face of his to break into laughter. Or, well, that was the plan. Why don't you take it? I'd be happy if you could put it to good use.
You have some time.
I believe Kirijo-kun told you all about the tragedy that befell Amada-kun's family. It happened after defeating the irregular shadow after the dawn of the dark hour. Amada-kun probably didn't have any idea what was happening at the time. Amada-kun and Haragaki-kun. I knew what was going on between them, but I never expected it to turn to such a horrible tragedy. We shall pray for Aragaki-kun's happiness in the next world.
Excuse me.
Koromaru-san says he is in good spirits. If anything, he seems to greatly respect Aragaki-san. No, genuinely, the part of the fucking scene that killed me the most was Koromaru. That was what actually, like, when I was holding up, and then when Koromaru used his nose to, like, lift up his hand, that got me. He gave his life to save another. How noble. I'd like to think that I could do the same if it came down to it. How about you? Sure, why not? That's an interesting response. I suppose it's quite admirable as well. Even though he was with us just a short while ago, I can't believe we won't see him ever again. I knew there was always the risk, but sorry, I'm still a little shaken up. I can't think straight. Everyone can go tonight. I know. I should be studying, but I just can't concentrate. We lost so much, man. Why Aragaki-san?
Hey.
There's no way I can study right now. Not even when a close friend just died. I can't just forget about it and move on. I just can't do that.
Give me a break.
Nothing lasts forever, huh? Shinji was satisfied. He got out while he was ahead. Let him rest in peace. We should be focusing on what we need to do now. There's less than a week till midterms. I said my prayers, so I'll be okay. Grieving over death and feeling down are two completely different emotions. So yeah, I'm okay. Alright, let's go to Tartarus. Should have been Ken. See, the thing is, it wouldn't have been nearly as impactful if it was Ken, is the thing, too. All current party members' maximum HP will increase by 8. All current party members' maximum SP will increase by 5. I feel like those are kind of backwards, but...
Marvelous.
Slay.
I'm looking for...
I feel like strength should do HP and fortune should do SP, but...
Of course.
Give Elizabeth the gag glass. What elegance! They'll both strikingly leave a different impression than my master. Oh my god. Oh my god, Yukiko, is that you? Well, what do you think? The mustache makes my nose itch a fair bit, though. Not only does it give me a semblance of intelligence, but also one of harmony as well. What a splendid item. Please take this as your reward. Titania with the skill Mataru Kaja in your possession. I have a Titania, but it does not have... I have a Dasoju with the skill Regenerate 3. I'd like to try sushi. Okay.
Very well.
Alright. Well, with all that being said, we are going to drop a save right here. And we are going to call it a night for tonight. This feels like a good place for us to leave it. We're going to look for somebody who raid. Oof. As for me, I will be back on Monday. We'll be doing more of this. So look forward to that. I feel like there was something else I was going to say, but then I don't remember what it was. So I will continue to think of it while we have Jim Tasty playing Helldivers. We have Kotoki playing Genshin. We have that looks kind of it, actually. We don't have a lot of friends on tonight. Oh, Manikadobo is playing Persona 3 Reload, but I think just went there last stream, so we will hold off on that one. Unfortunate timing, really. That would have been the perfect place to go after this. So I think we are going to go say hello to our good friend Jim Tasty. Who is playing some Helldivers 2. I already said I'll be back on Monday, so look forward to that. I think we're just gonna be playing this pretty much until we finish it, with maybe a random stream thrown in here or there. But for the most part, we're gonna be just hard Persona 3 for a little while now. Let me put that music back on. So look forward to that, or I'm sorry in advance if that's not something you're excited about. I'm trying to think of what I was gonna say, and I just don't remember it. So I'll put in the Discord if there's any updates or changes, etc. To schedules, to anything. If I remember what I was gonna say and it's important, it'll all be there. So thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate every last one of you. Send Jim a lot of love for me, and I will talk to you all very, very soon. Bye bye.